quote, "These, fate and exertion, are closely linked together as man are body and s soul," end quote. 22-170 Writer S dislike of the Gathic law of fate, end quote, Pashiajet. The writer of Zoroastrian theology seems to be averse to the doctrine of fate, and he seems to believe, as on p. 208, that the ever-active spirit of Zoroastrianism militated against fatalism and saved the nation from its baneful effect. End quote. But we must say emphatically that the law of end quote, Pashiajet end quote, or action and reaction in the Gathas, the creator has been as end quote, styled has been taught Tamardni end quote, the infallible accountant in the Gathas, that the 7 Azata Mithra has been appointed the Avesta, the Lord overseeing the law of Pashiajet, and that the law of exertion and destin, inseparably linked together, is one of the fundamental laws of Zoroastrianism. The writer of Zoroastrian theology seems to be ignorant of this doctrine as taught to us, and hence, having in the Gathas and other Avestan script natural aversion for the Muslim view of fatalism as he may have understood it, he cannot tolerate the law of destiny as result of exertion preached in the Pahlavi work of Moikre, and speculates, i.e. the spirit as in the case of wisdom or spiritual wisdom, of Greek influence, that there is lost lane influence to be found in that abstruse Pahlavi work. When we read pages 23 and 24 of we find that the writer has not lost book of Zoroastrian side of the law of theology, cause and effect, action and faction, exertion and destiny, response in the form of reward or punishment as taught in the Gathas. But it seems that the writer of Zoroastrian theology is very impatient and hasty in arriving at subject. He could have his own speculative conclusions on any, drawn far better inferences and correct ones, if he had treated the whole theme without any bias lurking in his mind. But an unbiased condition is quite impossible with him, for his mind seems to be heated with the ideas of his favorite mission newly invented as evinced throughout his book. He says on pages 23, 24 under the heading Mazda Ahura end quote, has ordained that virtue is its own reward and vice its own retribution, end quote, words every individual is to reap the consequences of his end deed. Zarathustra exhorts men and women own thoughts, to make their Pashiajet implies the law of individual responsibility. Own choice between good and evil, for everyone has to decide his own fate, and the prophet emphasizes again the fact of individual responsibility. Mazda has ordained laws for the recompense of the righteous and the punishment of the wicked in the world to come. Those who live in this world in conformity with the divine message, reap future reward, but those who choose to live in defiance of it, bring future trouble upon themselves, for both will and woe come from him. Unto those who do his will he gives better than the good, but he metes out worse than the evil to those who act against it. He is the Lord to judge the deeds of life, and he passes his verdict on them. Strict are his laws, and stern his judgment. End quote. All this is quoted from various Gathas by the writer him we self have to give this long quotation here only in order to show that the law, of exertion and destiny, of future rewards and punishments of present thought, word, and deed, of present reward and punishment of past thought, word, and deed, as decreed or determined in the final decision according to the divine law of Pashiajet, is purely a Zoroastrian law taught even in the Gathas, and explained elaborately in the other Avesta scriptures, which the Pahlavi writers have made still more clear. Thus to say that because the law of destiny is taught in the Monoikre it must have borrowed it from the Muslim religion, must be termed mere hasty, thoughtless speculation on the part of the writer of Zoroastrian theology. We have digressed here onto the subject of exertion and destiny from the main head subject, which we shall now bring to an end. This short chapter could have been omitted by us from this review, but as we now see, it has helped us to note the weak points of the writer of Zoroastrian theology. Anyhow, he wants to preach his own favorite idols of the mind or of the marketplace, and he regards any foreign influence healthy if a foreign writer seems to be supporting his own favorite beliefs, and he denounces all foreign influence if a writer goes against his ideas. He also summarily dismisses all ideas not to his taste as having some imaginary foreign influence, although in fact these ideas may be Zoroastrian in origin, e.g. the doctrine of fate and 172 writer S. sham knowledge of Zoroastrian religion. Exertion is regarded by him as coming into Zoroastrianism from the Muslim source. Leave it to the patient reader how much value and attention ought to be paid to such a book, full of vagueness, speculation, inconsistency, and self-contradictions with sham knowledge of religion feigned throughout. 173 Chapter V. The writer's fondness for animal sacrifices said to have been encouraged in Zoroastrianism. In the last main head we have seen how the writer of Zoroastrian theology eagerly refers to foreign writers pro-animal sacrifices said to have been practiced by Zoroastrians. In this chapter we shall deal with the subject of animal sacrifices, and we shall see whether Zoroastrian scriptures have encouraged the practice of animal slaughter, by referring to various Vesta texts. The writer of Zoroastrian theology has throughout attempted to make the reader believe that all the so-called later Avesta texts have inculcated the doctrine of giving animal sacrifices to angels and archangels. By this attempt he further wants to show that the later Avesta texts, since they preach the doctrine of animal slaughter, cannot have been given by the prophet. With the uniform motive of running down all the so-called later Avesta texts, the writer of Zoroastrian theology has, as we have seen throughout all the heads, tried his best to dupe his reader into this belief. If the later Avesta texts are thus depreciated, there remains simply the religion as taught in the 5 Gathas, and the people of the class of the writer of Zoroastrian theology do require a religion without the Yajna, the Vendidad, the Ashts, and all other Avesta except the Gathas. To start with, we must bear in mind that the idea of animal sacrifices as taught by the writer of Zoroastrian theology is never to be found in any Avesta scriptures, whether Gathic or non-Gathic. Very we often find that the sacrifice as used in its degraded sense in English in the phrase animal sacrifice or killing of an animal in the name of religion has been quite absurdly put for the Avesta word el yakna. The word sacri vice from its Latin derivation sacer holy and faceo I make, literally signifies the holy process, the holy procedure, or holy making, i.e. procedure of holiness. Hence it further adopted the meaning of a sacred offering or offering for hire or more. 174 Yakna never implies sacrifice or slaughter. Holy objects. In support of this tracing of meanings we may quote 2 authorities, Webster and Century dictionaries. Webster gives the 3 meanings in order thus: 1. The offering of anything to God or to a deity. 2. Consecratory rite. 3. An immolated victim presented in the way of religious thanksgiving, atonement, or conciliation. The Century Dictionary explains the term sacrifice as A1. Lit. Rendering sacred. 2. That which is sacrificed, specially that which is consecrated and offered to a deity as an expression of thanksgiving, consecration, penitence, or reconciliation. Thus we see that the meaning of animal slaughter assigned to the term was degraded sacrifice in its sense, never the original meaning thereof. Apart from the meaning of the word, we must as Yakna English say that or in the Avesta never means sacrifice or animal slaughter otherwise, as the writer of Zoroastrian theology takes the word na to mean animal sacrifice, the entire Avesta with the Gathas, which are full of the various forms of yas and na, would be absurdly inculcating the slaughter or sacrifice of everything and every angel, archangel, man, beast, plant, etc., with which the word yas is to be found attached. The words yas and yakna may have been translated by some Western scholars perhaps in the original higher sense of sacrifice or sacred rendering, but the writer of Zoroastrian theology translates yas or yakna in the degraded sense of animal sacrifice or slaughter. Some scholars have taken the word yasmin to worship, praise, or propitiate, which much yas is nearer to the original meaning of yas. Asterisk means to attune oneself with, to be en rapport with, to be uiii. Vibrant yakna implies spiritual attunement with Yazadic Fopses 175 with, and the ceremonial bringing the result of attunement or univibrancy is called Yazashna or yakna ceremony. We are at a loss to understand why the writer of Zoroastrian theology has used the term yajna in such a base and degraded sense of sacrifice. On p. 119 he says, the sacrificing priest invites him to attend a sacrifice / as quoted from Yajna I, 15. Here we see a very strange compound noun formed, viz. Yajna, sacrifice. That the word yajna never implies any idea of animal hatm or other sacrifice is very clearly seen from the yenghi formula, which has the same significance as the alio Hashem and the vario vohu prayers. In the formula it is taught that we must attune ourselves with all those who are advancing on the path of spiritual unfoldment and who are known by Ahura Mazda as the best in yajna or attunement with Ahura Mazda. In all the Gathas we find the word yajna only in the one ideal sense of spiritual attunement of the devotee with the spiritual forces and intelligences, and the idea of animal sacrifice forced onto the word yajna is only the zenith of so many queer innovations of the writer of Zoroastrian theology on account of his peculiar idols of the mind. Now we shall first quote or refer to a number of passages from the entire Avesta scriptures in order to prove that the idea of slaughter of animals or animal sacrifice is quite foreign to the Zoroastrian scriptures. After this we shall refer to the arguments advanced by the writer of Zoroastrian theology in favor of animal sacrifices. I direct references con slaughter ot animals, and pro-vegetarian diet for man. 1. Protection of the animal creation, their care and nourishment, their rescue and relief from cruelty and slaughter. 176 No slaughter but protection of animals in the Gathas. I. Gatha 34:3 Ahura Mazda the entire living creation is protected by Biman in thy kingdom. 2. Gatha 32:12 Ahura Mazda brands as evil those who dissuade men from doing best things and who voluntarily advocate the killing of the animal creation, Jashmorandan. 3. Gatha 46:4 The oppressor who ruins his life through his wicked actions prevents the helpers of Ashoy and the animal creation from moving about. He who stops such a wicked person from so doing will set free the animal creation and the store of the good food of Ivastam. 4. Gatha 51:15 He who procures power for the wicked sinner, and he who is not fit for living his life on account of his harassing the animal creation and a truthful man I inquire about such, Ahura Mazda I, v. Gatha 51:15 The Karaps i.e. the sinners in spite of spiritual knowledge can never achieve any ideal thing. They never preach the protection of the animal creation either by word or by practice. On account of this characteristic of theirs they shall go to the abode of Druj or evil influence. 6, 7, Gatha 61 Ahura Mazda inform me if there is anybody as the protector of my animals, Pa 6 Ush Thrdtd, except thyself, Biman and Ardi Behesht. 40 Gatha 33 Ahura Mazda may I remove from thyself by means of prayer the extreme negligence re the fodder of the cattle creation. 8, 9, Ya, Na 12 and the Mazda. 2 May I protect the animal creation from the thief robber by means of prayers offered unto Ahura Yajna 71 9 Fravardanyash / we attune ourselves with the entire 74. J Animal creation Ea the water animals, the land animals, the birds, the free-moving animals, the hoofed animals. X, Yapna 1020 Biramyash 61, salutations to the cattle creation. Salutations to the animal creation. Good word to the animal creation. Success to the cattle creation. Food to the animal creation. Apparel for the animal creation we attunement and harmony with the animals in the Avesta 177 ought to be working for the animal creation, and they are the tenderers of prosperity for our food. 11. Vendidad 21 1 Salutations to Tliak prosperity rendering animal, whom the man wicked heretic unholy T cruel slaughters. 12. 157 Yajna 71 Shall keep thy soul from hell if thou repeat at the moment of thy death the words of invocation of the entire animal creation, e.g., the water animals, the land animals, the birds etc. 13. Frey Ardenyash 71 We attune ourselves with the souls of animals and BCG water * animals, land animals, birds, leapers, hoofed animals etc., 14, Yagna 6:10 and quote, 1 Itai attune ourselves with the souls of the beneficent cattle and beasts. 39 *J. 15, Yaga 39 Major Hoften Yasht 1, we attune ourselves with the souls of 5 ourselves and of the beast creation which the J sires to exist for our sake, and we are for them, just as they are for us. 16, Gatha 48:5 we must work for the cattle creation, for they are renderers of abundance and prosperity for our food, and they are our precious belonging. They bestow strength and power in our noble aspirations. Ahura Mazda let the vegetation grow for them through Asha from the beginning of this creation. 17, Gatha 33:3 he is well disposed towards the Holy One, and he who skillfully protects his animals is as it were engaged in doing deeds of holiness and good thought. 18, Ya9Na 35 Major Hoften Yash 7 we consider for you the Yakna of Ahura 1J Mazda and the nourishment of the cattle creation as the best. Verily shall we act according to this and teach the same in accordance with our wishes. May 19, Gatha 45 Ahura Mazda grants strength for increasing the prosperity of our men and cat * 178 lifeless animal is termed Nasu and quote, in the Vendidad, XX, YACNA 354, we desire happiness and fodder for Major Hoften Yasht 1 cattle FO through charity and best actions. XXI, J% Fravarden Yasht 52 there be an increase of cattle and men in this house, where we the Fravashi are invoked. XXII, Vendidad Fargard 18 Adishnish 10 the fire. 17, may there be an increase of cattle and men unto Ju, who invoke me i.e., XXIII, Magnish 10 Oye full gloried angels, health-giving angels. Give courage and victory unto me, grant increase of cattle unto me. XXIV, Mayaryash 28 the angel Mther bestows increased cattle and men into that abode where he is propitiated. 2. Druji Nasu star. Evil magnetic influence accompanying a corpse or a carcass, flesh, blood, pus etc. when dissociated from vitality fall under the influence of Druji Nasu i.e. demon of putrefaction or Druji Hikar i.e. demon of disintegration. The carcass or dead body of an animal from which the vital principle has gone out is verily termed Nasu in the Vendidad, and seclusion from such Nasu is strictly enjoined. Vendidad Fargard 726 those who produce Nasu are wicked and demoniac, for they destroy cattle and lengthen the deep snowed, cruel, injurious, winter. This subject is very veiled, known to the students of Zoroastrian religion, and the Vendidad is so teeming with references to Nasu that it \would be superfluous here to quote a long list. 3. The vegetable kingdom is the source of natural food for man. Gatha 34:11 Kordad and Amurdad will both serve thee for food. Li, Jamayad Yash 96 Kordad, the intelligence presiding over water will quench thirst, and Amurdad presiding over vegetation will appease hunger. Cultivation of vegetable food in the Avesta. 179, 3, Yendidad 520 I who am Ahura Mazda send down rain for the nourishment of men and for the food of useful cattle. Grain and corn is the food for men, grass and fodder will be the food for animals. 290, 4, Tir Yasht ye countries, I see ye prosperous. Henceforth the food of the entire Toralda. Grain and corn requiring much water for its growth, and vegetables requiring a little water, will come out of the earth unobstructed. Vj Farvardan Yash 10 there on this earth spring and river water flows, where many kinds of trees grow from out the earth, for the nourishment of animals and men, for the nourishment of the country of Iran, for the nourishment of the 5 species of animals and for the help of the holy man. 2. Agriculture is the best occupation according to Zoroastrianism, farming increases holiness. Yaknal 32/invoke the most industrious and the prosperity rendering Jarmer who works most for the fodder of cattle. Vendidad 3:3, 2, Hormizd and quote, replied Spitaman Zarathustra, that land is the most joyjaus on which are cultivated grain and fodder and fruit-giving trees. 3, Vendidad 4:30 Hormizd replied, and quote, the proper cultivation of grain is the advancement of the Mazdayasnian law. 4. Vendidad 3:26 Man, I whom thou cultivatest shall come to thy country and bring the food of fruits and grain. V. Vesperid 191 Invoke by means of the libation and sacred twigs the storer of fodder, the farmer who produces fodder for the cattle, and the holy man who nourishes the cattle. As JLOL Nevi implies slaughter of animals. 6. Vendidad 3:31 He who cultivates grain makes himself as happy as one who performs 10,000 yajna. 3. The Ashoy or divine moral order principle, which is the fundamentum of the Zoroastrian law, is diametrically opposite to the idea of slaughter of animals. There are so many references in all the Avesta scriptures to the subject of Ashoy or holiness and law of divine moral order that almost all the followers of Zoroastrian religion are conscious of this one cardinal point of their religion. Hashem the Small Vohu prayer inculcates that Ashoy is the highest good, it is immortal bliss, heavenly bliss is to one Ibho is holy for holiness 9 sake. Now we shall ask the writer of Zoroastrian theology who advocates slaughter of animals in the name of Zoroastrian religion, I. Is cruelty to animals an act of Ashoy? 2. Is slaughter of animals an act of Ashoy? 3. Is destruction of animals an act of divine moral order as preached in Zoroastrianism? 4. Is killing of animals an act of furthering the prosperity of the universe? V. Is shedding of blood of animals on the ground an act of gladdening the Mother Earth? 6. Is touching the lifeless carcass of animals an act of holiness? 7. Is the offering of a putrefying piece of flesh of animals in the holy rituals an act of strict Ashoy required by the Zoroastrian religion? The word never means beef or gedsk mutton. 181, 8. Does the officiating holy priest remain pure with his holy aura if he touches such a dead piece of nasu while performing the holy rituals? 9. Is the putting of dead nasu on fire as an offering an act of holiness? X. Does the Gathic prohibition of Eili Morandan i.e. animal killing fall under acts of holiness? 11. Does the slaughter of animals form part of Ashoy or holiness by means of which according to the Avesta scriptures we have to approach Ahura Mazda? 4. Entirely wrong and inconsistent meanings attached to some words and texts by the translators in order anyhow to preach the idea of slaughter of animals, I. The Avesta word jish which is the genitive gao singular form of which signifies brill or cow or cattle creation has been translated to mean or beef order bring flesh into in the idea of slaughter of cows. 2. The same translator Spiegel renders the word same in the jish sentence throdnjeth rodm Gilsh Shavastra occurring in Farvardin Yasht 100 and Jamiat Yasht 86, differently and whereas as cow beef respectively. Other translators Harles, Darmstetter and Kangarender as it cattle. 3. In Gatha 32:12, in the prohibition jish of more uden or cattle killing, the word jish has been unanimously rendered as a cattle. Hence meaning beef or mutton attached ig of an amp, lt, c jish word to the seems to be only to suit their own ideas of an anal slaughter for food. 182 The means Giava milk libation in rituals. 4. In the ceremonial formula Haumeagava bears the word which mana gava signifies jivam or milk libation has been in the same way wrongly rendered as beef Along with pure spring water, the milk of a goat or a cow is an indispensable requirement in all Zoroastrian rituals on account of the 5 fradho or electromagnetic forces, e.g. adhu fradho, vanthvo fradhajega etho fradhajek shayato fradho, dangha jaradho, enumerated in the Upanishad. Hence it is simply ridiculous on the part of the translator to associate dirty blood-dripping beef along with the sacred things like Hauma and Bersma. Zoroaster himself introduced this Haumagava 3 Erzman method of ceremonial according to the Upanishad, and one cannot for a moment believe, if one has the slightest idea of holiness of Zoroaster, that Zoroaster could have touched a piece of beef in order to invoke the angel Aban. Such a barbarous idea of beef as the meaning of Gava in the ceremonial formula could only have been invented by the beef-eating translators of the Avesta, who are absolutely ignorant of the strict magnetic purity observed in all the grand rituals taught by Zoroaster. The sentence Jish Hudongho Urbanum Yazawi which made really signifies attune ourselves with the soul of the well-created cow, has been rendered by Dharms Tedder as meaning we sacrifice cattle unto the beneficial cow. Thus we obtain here the absurd idea of sacrificing an animal to an animal of the same species. 6. The Avesta word Mazdayasna which from its derivation medium meat, to, mid, implies the of meeting or holy ceremonial offerings, by means of the pure magnetic currents of which one can be in absukdities of speculative philology 183 tune with the spiritual forces, has been translated to mans in Gujarati, i.e. flesh. This is the most absurd extreme to which philology can stretch its speculation energy. Sound philology has nothing to do with sound. Two words of two different languages having a similarity of sound cannot therefore have the same as hate meaning. For instance, an amp, lt, c in English means contempt, whereas the same word hate in Gujarati means love but in English is an adversative conjunction, but the same means word in Gujarati solid. Hence the speculative philologists have very often commit absurd and unmeaning mistakes in the height of speculation. Yeath, a very strange reference Vkobiram Yasht and Tir Yasht is also pointed out by the advocates of animal slaughter. In the whole Avesta religion extant including the Gathas, Yendidad, Yakna, Yisparad, Yashts etc., this is the only reference which is regarded as a pivot of animal slaughter advocacy by the students of Avesta. It has not the meaning attached by the enthusiasts of animal slaughter as we shall presently see, and the entire Avesta scriptures inculcate so many mandates against animal slaughter that the reference to Biram or Tir Yasht necessarily goes out of question. The one strange thing to be noticed about the question of animal slaughter is this, that those students of Avesta who stamp only the Gathas as genuine teachings of Zoroaster, and who discard the rest of the Avesta as pseudo-Zoroastrian, lay undue emphasis on this reference to Biram or Tir Yasht pro-animal slaughter, the portion which has been stamped as later Avesta. 184 No advocacy of animal slaughter in Biram and Tir Yashts. And now to the reference itself. The text is originally rendered as under, may the Iranian countries carry ritual gifts for him, i.e. Biram or Tir, the Iranian countries may spread the sarisma or sacred sheoigs for him, i.e. Biram or Tir, the Iranian countries may cook for him an animal of white color, or of good allure, or of any one of the homogeneous colors. Any one of ordinary common sense, if he were to pay patient attention to the underlying meaning of the paragraph above quoted, will be able to see that there is absolutely no advocacy of general animal slaughter as the biased students impress upon a lay reader. In this reference a special ceremonial, not now known to us, has been recommended only for the propitiation of the angel Biram or Tir. It is at least understood that the literal words cooking an animal have some mystic sense, for the animal is not of the ordinary sort, but of some special color. Besides, the species of the animal is not made clear. Why should it be only a goat or a hen, and not a horse, a cow, a pig, an ass, a buffalo, an elephant, a dog etc. is a question naturally arising to a man of ordinary sense. Moreover, this animal after it has been cooked is not to be touched by unholy persons and by persons not following the religion in practice, and if it is partaken of by such persons, the entire country of Iran will be ruined and destroyed, as said in the very next paragraph of the same Yashts. Here then we notice that the animal cooked for Biram or Tyr angel is to be touched only by holy persons who practically follow all the mandates of Ashoy. This seems to be quite an evident contradictation of principle. The dead body of the animal is according to Vendidad called nasu, or deteriorating matter, which makes a man polluted if he comes in contact with it, whereas in the Biram and Tyr Yashts the dead animal is strictly ordered to be touched by holy persons and not by unholy persons. Such a sequence of facts necessarily leads us to conclude that the paragraph in the Biram and Tyr Yashts has some meaning to be read between the lines, and it is very important here to remark contradiction in Biram and major Haftan Yashts. 185 That Avesta is not an ordinary spoken language, but a cipher language requiring the special key of its own for deciphering the key which is now lost to us. See very clearly from this isolated reference to so-called animal slaughter in the Biram and Tyr Yashts that the Avesta students try to make out the meaning suitable to their own preconceived beliefs and fancies. Looking to this very closely, we find that the animal is to be cooked merely and not to be slaughtered. There is no word for killing the animal, as we find in the Gathic prohibition of Jc and Amp, Lt, Morandan and quote, or animal killing. Again, the literal rendering of the word pasu and quote, is very clear. From the Avesta derivation and quote, pa to bind, it means the medium of binding or uniting together. But the translators have almost all of them rendered it as meaning an animal. Granting the meaning of the word pasu and quote, to be an animal, we find that in the Haftan Yasht or Yakna 39, there is an attunement desired with the same pasu or animal class. Now the question naturally arises, how can the same prophet Zoroaster have preached attunement with or harmony and love towards pasu in the Haftan Yasht, and slaughter or cooking of same pasu and cruelty thereto in the Biram Yasht? Moreover, what is most wonderful of all is this, that in the same Biram Yasht 20, there is to be found a fine paragraph preaching salutation and love to Gav, or the entire animal creation, benedictions to it, victory to it, food and clothing to it, industrious work for it. If Gav, which means the entire animal creation, includes pasu as one species thereof, how is it reasonable that pasu may be killed at the same time or in the same Yasht where Gav must be protected and cared for? Hence we conclude that there are odds of references slaughter of animals and animal sacrifices, whereas the reference in the Biram or Tyr Yasht is the only one isolated instance of so-called advocacy of slaughter of animals, and that too, as we have already seen, is not logical in meaning when the entire context is taken into account. Even if we grant that the refer 186 inconsistency between Gathas 32 and 50 and Bibam Yasht Instabiram or Tyr Yasht is pro-slaughter of animals, we are at a loss to understand the inconsistency between this isolated later Avestic advocacy of animal cooking, and the Gathic prohibition of animal killing, Gej Morandan, and the Gafkic mandate of protecting the animal, Pasam Share Thrdtd, or the later Avestic references animal slaughter, odds of which have been quoted above. Thus, if all these pro and cons of animal slaughter and animal sacrifices are weighed in the pans of a balance, one can easily say that the cons of animal sacrifices so much overbalance ihe pro as to render the pro quite insignificant. Having thus seen the basic arguments independently from the Zoroastrian scriptures, we shall now look into the arguments advanced by the writer of Zoroastrian theology. It seems that in the book entitled Zoroastrian Theology a reference to the subject of slaughter of animals is quite irrelevant, but it serves the writer in good stead, since the writer wants to depreciate the so-called later Avesta from which he attempts to give such references pro-slaughter of animals. Oyap 79 he says that Mithra is terrible when angered. Unless man appeases his wrath by abundant sacrifices, he punishes his wretched victim mercilessly. How would a lay reader construe these words? There is not the least idea of animal sacrifices and slaughter for the angel Mithra in the Me'er Yasht, and yet the writer has wantonly hinted at such an idea. The Yakna Ophir to Mithra never implies sacrifice of slaughtered or living animals. On p. 125 a similar idea is got up with reference to Dravaspa. He says, Dravaspa is the female genius of the animal world. As the guardian of herds, she is invoked in company with Jish-Tashin and Jish*Irvan. In the case of Dravaspa we see that with the exception of Hauma and Zarathustra. The other heroes, Hashyangha, Yame, Tritayana and Hasrava and Vishtaspa bring to her offerings of 100 horses, 1,000 oxen, 10,000 small cattle, and the libation/means Aothra and never Yakna bloodshed of animals. 187 Certainly these words have no meaning of slaughtering so many animals for sacrifice unto the female angel who is at the same time the protector and guardian of the entire animal creation. A similar wrong idea is to be found on p. 126 where the writer says, Jish Irvan is invoked in company with Jish-Tashin and Dravaspa. Varathrakna, the angel of victory, complains before Zarathustra that the mischief of the demons and their worshippers increases upon earth because men do not offer sacrifices to Jish-Irvan. Throughout these references the writer does not seem to understand the meaning of the term Jish-Irvan, which means the soul or spirit or the essential of the entire physical creation including men, animals, plant, and mineral life. Moreover the writer has a very peculiar idea about Zayathra and one yakna or offering and attunement. That these Avesta offerings never imply slaughter of animals must be clearly borne in mind by the student of the religion which stands on the foundation stone of Ashoy ideal purity, and one would with very simple and plain sanity of mind admit that the slaughter of animals and the shedding of blood of mute innocent animals like cows, goats, horses, sheep and camels is never an action of purity proceeding as a result of pure words and pure thoughts. Reference on p. 129 with the following words the priest at the sacrifice undertakes to propitiate Ushahina by sacrifice, if he has in thought, word, deed, or will offended him. Clearly shows that the English word used by sacrifice the writer is a misnomer since the word conveys to any lay reader who has not opened the original Avesta text the meaning of slaughter of animals for sacrifice. In Yagna I, 20:21 if one opens the text and reads the translation one will be able to see that all the 5 periods of the day are addressed therein without reference to any idea of sacrifice unto them. The 188 no slaughter advocated fo abdvisura and hauma in Avesta. Fundamental law of attunement by means of vibrations throughout the universe with every visible and invisible thing and force has not been properly understood by the students of Avesta, and hence the terms Yaz Yakna Yazamade which etc., bear an underlying meaning of the law of attunement are rendered by the writer of Zoroastrian theology as meaning sacrifice or slaughter of lower animals. One more instance of such reference may be added from p. 138. There the writer says Ahura Mazda and Zarathustra invoke her, Ardvisura, with Hauma and Bearsman, with spells and libations, whereas the majority of her other votaries severally offer her 100 stallions, 1,000 oxen, and 10,005 sheep. Here it will be seen that no slaughter of animals in such a large number is advocated in the case of the votaries, except Ahura Mazda and Zarathustra, of Ardvisura. The spiritual intensity of votaries is expressed in the metaphorical and allegorical terms of so many animals of the cattle species, the intensity of the spiritual concentration and force of devotion employed by Ahura Mazda and Zarathustra is expressed in the terms of Hauma, Bearsman, and Manthric vibrations. Are at a loss to make out why the writer of Zoroastrian theology tries to impress upon the reader the idea of the advocacy of sacrifice or killing of animals. A highly speculative, nonsensical, absurd, and misleading statement is made 12:7. On /and amp, gt. Among Hauma is to be propitiated with sacrifice. Other objects animals were sacrificed in the Zoroastrian ritual unto the angels, and the different parts of the consecrated flesh were allotted to the various yazatas. The Pahlavi books elaborately treat the question of reserving particular parts of the animal for the various yazatas. Are told that Ahura Mazda has set apart for Hauma as his share in the sacrifice the jawbone, the tongue, and the left eye of the immolated animal. Lu general, this is also in accordance with the statement of Herodotus regarding the Persian acts of sacrifice in worship. No slaughter for Hauma taught in Yachna 11, 4. 189. If we refer to the Yachna 11, 4 from which the above fantastic statement is alleged to have been made, we find that there is not in the least any idea of slaughtering an animal. Avesta runs thus the Usmi Pita Haumadra ano Frarineat Ahuro Mazdao Anghuharant Madhisvo Hoitincha Doithrim. My father Ahura Mazda gave for Hauma the sacred bread with the tongue and the left eye to be eaten. From these original words the writer of Zoroastrian theology explains the principle of sacrificing or slaughtering animals for Hauma. In Avesta the tongue and the eye are very often metaphorically used, e.g. in the Gathas the prophet asks Ahura Mazda to teach him by means of his own tongue and mouth, and from this we must not construe that Ahura Mazda is made of flesh and bone and possesses a tongue of flesh. In the same way in the Gatha Ahura Mazda is said to perceive always the entire creation by means of his two eyes. This does not literally imply that Ahura Mazda possesses as we do two eyes of flesh. In the Kershed and Maternish, salutations are offered to these two eyes which are of Ahura Mazda. All such allegorical and metaphorical language of the scriptures can never be taken to mean literally as the words stand. In the same way the tongue and the left eye can never imply the slaughter of an animal, for the terms refer to some spiritual powers which ought to be developed by one who wishes attunement with Hauma. In the Yasna 11, 4 quoted above there is not the slightest reference to animal, and there is no word or idea suggesting the tongue and the left eye of some animal. The passage is so very mystic and parabolical that no sense can be made easily out of it. In the phrase not father it is clear whose father is referred to. And the sacred bread, the tongue, and the left eye are given by Ahura Mazda to be given to Hauma. This leads us to an absurd conclusion that Ahura Mazda himself undertakes the slaughtering of some animal and then gives the tongue and the left eye of that animal to the angel Hauma. There is no word for any animal in the Avesta 190, no slaughter by Ahura Mazda fob the sake op tishtbia. Text, and it is simply false to put in the word animal in order to pamper the favorite idea of slaughter of animals for sacrifice. This is the most absurd way in which the students of Avesta expound their sacred religion, derogating the most exalted teachings thereof in the eyes of the sane public. For such students it is fit to remember that, where ignorance is bliss it is folly to be wise, that the animals enumerated in the Avesta have not always the literal meaning of animals is noticed from the writer's own words on p. 131. Tishtraya mourns his defeat and complains that men do not sufficiently sacrifice unto him as they owe unto other celestial powers, for had they not been sparing in their invocation, he would have been able to bring a further strength of 10 horses, of 10 camels, of 10 oxen, of 10 mountains and often rivers to his side. Evidently here the animals are named only to convey the idea of the measurement of the strength intended, and in the same way in all the yashts when the devotees invoke any angel with so many animals, it is implied that the spiritual intensity of the invoker is measured by the strength of so many animals, and that no slaughter of animals or 110 bloodshed is meant for the sake of the angel. On the same p. 131 again the use of the he word sacrifice misguides the reader. Says Ahura Mazda himself thereupon offers a sacrifice unto Tishtraya and thus imparts new strength to him. The words can never imply that Ahura Mazda offers the sacrifice of a slaughtered beast to Tishtraya. They simply mean that Ahura Mazda makes $na with or attunes himself with Tishtraya, and thus by spiritual cooperation of both the strength of the latter is naturally augmented. Thus we find that the word sacrifice used so often in the book of Zoroastrian theology is quite a misnomer for $na or attunement or worship or devotion. Throughout the Avesta we find allegory and metaphor in terms of animals which do not literally imply animals. On p. 102 it is said that Allegorical meanings of animals in the Avesta. 19:1 Zoroaster drives forth in a heavenly chariot drawn by 4 white horses. Can there be horses in the unseen world where Zoroaster has his jurisdiction? On p. 127 we find the soul-created bull, the progenitor of the animal world, is invoked along with the moon. If the word implies literally a bull, it is absurd to say that Zoroaster has taught the worship of animals. The Avesta students seem not to have understood the underlying meaning of Gao moon used in the Avesta. The has its Gao Chithra epithet meaning seed of the world. This epithet reveals to us the function allotted to the moon in the economy of nature. The moon is the medium for transmitting all the spiritual currents for the nutrition of the entire physical world. It is quite plain that the physical world is nourished and perpetuated by the spiritual agencies working in the universe, which work through the medium of the moon. This is verified by the statement in the Magnash that when the moon rises all the green plants begin to shoot out from the earth. Modern science also teaches that magnetic fluid called *odile continually rains down from the moon, and this fluid helps very much in the growth of the vegetable kingdom. Thus we learn that because this physical world is continually nourished by the spiritual forces, Chithra, the word Gao Chithra is applied to the moon, where the word Gao signifies the entire physical world. Hence Avesta ought to be read between the lines in order to grasp the internal original interpretation of all the Avesta technical words and phrases. It will not be irrelevant here to refer to the Gafkas in connection with the interpretation of Avesta. In the Gatha 44:18, we find a very peculiar phrase running thus, dasd asptu arshnavadish ushtremcha meaning and 10 pregnant mares 1 camel. 192 and ushtra lt in the Gatha Abe not literally true. Aspa Now here is a text quoted from the Gathas which are considered to have been written by Zoroaster himself, even by the writer of Zoroastrian theology. In this the prophet addresses the Creator and inquires of him how to procure through holiness that prize which consists of 10 pregnant mares and 1 camel. If this is literally true, no man of ordinary common sense can follow out the desire of the prophet to obtain 10 pregnant mares and 1 camel. These 11 animals, if they are at all animals intended in the Gathas, cannot be regarded as an adequate prize in return for the strict adherence to the laws of Asha. It seems quite ridiculous to a lay reader to think for one moment that Zoroaster is anxious for obtaining these 11 animals as a reward from Ahura Mazda. Hence a little reflection convinces us that these words camel, mare, and moreover pregnant mare must have some inner signification of some higher spiritual powers desired by Zoroaster in return for and as a natural result of his living a life of austere purity and holiness. This one sentence from the Gathas suffices to hint at the utmost necessity of understanding the Avesta not alone by mere literal translations thereof, but also by means of some line of reflection laid down by the prophet himself for enabling the students to decipher the Avesta. It is always difficult for a reader even in secular literature to follow out exactly the spirit intended by the writer in his prose or poetry composition, and hence it is quite natural that unless some line of the interpretation of scriptural text has come to the knowledge of the student, scriptural text can never be expounded by means of ordinary lines of study of secular writings. In grafting a student's own queer beliefs and ideas gathered as a consequence of some circumstances, either as idols of the mind or as idols of the marketplace, upon the scriptural texts themselves, can never amount to the original interpretation thereof. Hence it so often happens that the same text is interpreted in different ways by different students according to the various standards of judgment applied by them as sidelights. Sidelights may be thrown, but it is quite incongruous to throw the sidelights of secular knowledge upon the study of religious scriptures. This digression helps us to be *UT, y of Avesta technicalities veby essential. 193 conclude that the entire Avesta is written in the mystical, allegorical, and metaphorical style with all the technicalities of its own, and that all the animals mentioned therein do not literally stand for such animals. On this one most important ground of argument, all the nonsense preached by the writer of Zoroastrian theology about animal sacrifices and ozuring the various parts of slaughtered animals in the sacred rituals falls to the ground, if a sane reader remembers always that as in every branch of science there do exist technicalities in the Avesta without a knowledge of which it is quite impossible to grasp the origina and essential import of all the various Avesta writings. We shall now refer to some hideous and horrible teachings of the writer of Zoroastrian theology about the killing of animals and their dead flesh dedicated to angels or put on fire. On p. 140 he says, not on the authority of the Avesta text but on that of foreign writers, and Strabo relates the mode of sacrificing to the waters. The sacrificial animal, we are told, is taken to the bank of a river or a lake. A ditch is formed into which the animal is killed. The pieces of meat are then placed on myrtle or laurel, and holding tamarisk twigs in his hands, the priest pours oil mixed with honey and milk on the ground and chants the sacred formulas. Great care is taken that no drop of blood falls into the water while the animal is being immolated, nor must the mixture of oil, honey, and milk be poured into water. This precaution is taken lest the waters be defiled. Another more horrid and absurd reference is found on p. 9811. Much of what the Greek authors write regarding such Iranian sacrifices in antiquity has its parallels in the later Avestan texts. Some of the angels seek consecrated cooked repasts of cattle and birds as offerings from their votaries. Generally the victims used in sacrifice were horses, camels, oxen, asses, stags, sheep, and birds, if we may judge from Athenaeus 4 p. 145. Xerxes is said to have sacrificed 1,000 cows to the Trojan Athena, while the Magi offered at the same time libations to the manes of the heroes. When that Achaemenian monarch came to the river Strymon, the Magi offered a sacrifice of white horses. Speaking about the mode of sacrificing animals to the 25 bosh about animal slaughter from foreign writers, divinities, Herodotus tells us that the sacrificial beast was taken to a clean place by the wreaths of myrtle. When pieces of meat were placed, sacrifice, who covered his head with the victim was slaughtered, and the on grass, the Magi consecrated them by chanting the Theogoi. We have quoted these in the 4th chapter, where it is pointed out that the writer of Zoroastrian theology very often engrafts the ideas of foreign writers on the Avesta expositions, and that the ideas of these foreign writers are not at all verified from the Avestan text. If one remembers the fundamental principle of Zoroastrianism, namely, of Ashoy or ideal holiness and divine moral order of the universe, one can easily understand the absurdity and bosh contained in the above two references. At least from the point of view of Ashoy principle, one can never readily admit the validity of the above statements as applied to Zoroastrianism. This is the most absurd way in which the various students of Avesta endeavor to expound various subjects by putting their own pet theories and beliefs gathered from various sources as if the Avesta religion taught these. On p. 125 the writer goes further in quoting the absurd nonsense from foreign writers, where he says on the authority of Strabo that the fire priest fed the sacred fire with dry and wood, fat, oil, further adding that some portions of the caul of the sacrificed animal were also placed on it. A Zoroastrian writer, and moreover a priest writer, would consider 100,000 times the intensity of absurdity of such ideas of foreign writers before placing them in his book and concurring with them. But we have by this rhyme been able to make out the underlying motive of the writer of the book, which is to run down all the Avesta scriptures in the eye of the reading public except the Gathas. On the very next page 136 he contradicts himself by saying that crime of cooking a piece of flesh according to Vendidad 195 Ungramenu has cooking dead matter, and those who commit it created the inexpiable crime of burning, or the Vendidad enjoins capital punishment for if the Vendidad, which is one of the 21 nasks of the entire Avesta scriptures given by Zoroaster, regards it a crime to put dead matter, nasu, on fire. It is quite evident that the views of foreign writers re animal sacrifices are merely speculative and unwarranted, on which no sane writer can dare to rely as authoritative. It is very regrettable that instead of refuting such absurd views of foreign writers about the advocacy of animal slaughter in the name of Zoroastrian religion, The writer of Zoroastrian theology quotes them in support of his own beliefs about the same, with the only motive of derogating the status of the so-called later Avesta. Then last but not least provoking statement quoted from the Pahlavi book Shaist La Shaist is, to be found on pages 237-238. Must say that the Pahlavi books fall into two classes, viz., those derived directly from the Avestan books, and those which contain merely opinions of persons of much later times, and that therefore the Pahlavi books of the latter class cannot be put in the same category of authority as the former, which are mere versions of the Avesta. Furthermore, in Pahlavi as in Avesta the language used is mystical, metaphorical, and to be read between the lines, and hence Pahlavi like Avesta must not be taken always in the literal interpretations. If the student goes merely through literal translations either of Avesta or of Pahlavi writings, he is liable to stamp all these writings as full of absurd nonsense, as the writer of Zoroastrian theology has done so often in his book. On the pages above quoted he exposes such nonsense in the following words: "We have already seen that meat formed a conspicuous article among the sacrificial gifts made to the heavenly beings in the Avestan period. Meat viands are the special feature of the sacred feast during the Pahlavi period. The Pahlavi treatise Shaist La Shaist explains what particular parts of a slaughtered animal are to be specifically dedicated to the various divinities in ceremonies. The angel horn s. Rite 196 offering of offal of animals to angels no ashoil binsipal. To receive the tongue, jaw, and left eye, recognized by the Avestan scriptures, remains still undisputed. The head and neck, shoulders and thighs, loin and belly, kidneys and lungs, liver and spleen, legs and tail, heart and entrails are all distributed among several different beings, until at last the tailbone falls to the lot of the august Pharaoh of Zarathustra, and the great archangels have to content themselves merely with the residue." This is no doubt taken from SBE volume by the writer of Zoroastrian theology without consulting the original Pahlavi, the Gav text. Avesta and Pahlavi words and Gdush Hutto have baffled all the translators, and Europeans in general fond rendering them mutton are of into c and amp, lt, and amp, lt, beef or meat whereas if various Avesta and Pahlavi passages containing these words are closely examined, one finds that the words have far higher meanings of the animal world life the living creation, etc. The passage quoted above must have some higher sense behind it, for if it were taken literally as it stands with an outlayering of the offal of a slaughtered animal to various angels, it signifies at least that the idea is not one of Zoroastrian Ashoy principle unless the allegory is properly interpreted. The food and drink problem has been solved in the same book Shaist La Shaist chap. 9-8 SBE volume in the following words: "After the departure of the light let him not devour, with unwashed hands, th. water and vegetables of Hormd and D and Amaradad, for if after the departure of th. light thou devoured with unwashed hands, the water and vegetables of Horvad and D and Amaradad, the fiend seizes from tli 2/3 of the existing original wisdom." Hence we see that Shaist La Shaist preaches in plain words the diet for a Zoroastrian consisting of water and vegetables, and there are passages prohibiting slaughter of animals in the same book. From such circumstantial evidence from the same book one can easily see that the passage referring to the offering of various organs of a slaughtered animal to various higher beings in the ceremonial cannot stand literally as valid difficulty of understanding the Pahlavi language. 197 and sensible. Even a scholar like West makes observations upon the difficulty of forming opinion from these translations of Pahlavi writings. Thus in the introduction to the same volume SBB, omitting all consideration of t/ie possible contents of the lost literature, it is obvious that the remaining 10/11ths of that which is extant contain much which would modify an / opinion based merely upon the 1/11th here translated. What the untranslated portion actually contains no one really knows. The best Pahlavi scholar can never be sure that he understands the contents to a Pahlavi text until he has fully translated it, No amount of careful reading can make him certain that Lai does not misunderstand some essential part of it. Were he to assert the contrary, he would be merely misleading others, and going astray himself. How far these remarks are applicable to the writer of Zoroastrian one Heology, who not even being a translator himself presumes to guide the Parsi public. Ignorant of original Avesta and Pahlavi scriptures, it is left to the sensible reader to judge. One more point must not be left out of the same nonsensical group. On p. 113 the writer refers to the same foolish idea of slaughter of animals, and says if the nation sacrificed unto Zarathustra with libations, and the sacred twigs, and consecrated cooked repast of cattle, either white or of some other color, no hostile hordes, no plague, nor evil of any kind would enter the Aryan lands. The sacrifice is to be offered through righteousness, and none but the righteous should partake of the holy food dedicated to Zarathustra. Untold calamity would befall the Aryan countries if the wicked should have a share in the sacred feast. We have discussed this statement before at some length, and here shall briefly say that in the whole Avesta portion extant this is the only reference which the advocates of animal slaughter lay emphasis upon, attaching a very strange meaning when to the word tl pasuk. The whole context is read with attention, one can readily see the absurdity of the idea of animal slaughter in a ceremony which is to be performed with piety and holiness, and which is to be taken of only by professors of strict 198 scripture. Language differs from ordinary language. Piety. The idea of animal killing and of cooking dead flesh of slaughtered animal can never be stamped as an idea parallel to the rows of ashoy or holiness, whether physical, mental, moral, or spiritual, and, hence we have to surmise that the context must have some other meaning, and an ideal one. It may be that the context implies an idea of killing or cooking our animal propensities and the fruit of such cooking to be enjoyed by persons who practice holiness. Such a meaning would be nearer the entire context and would be in keeping with it, although we do not emphatically say that that is the original underlying idea of the context. Have already noticed that there are metaphorical and allegorical ways of expression of spiritual teachings in the Avesta only to give a pictorial suggestion for such teachings, and that therefore it is quite unscientific to take such expressions literally and word for word as they stand. As for instance on p. 102 Sraash is said to drive forth in a heavenly chariot drawn by 4 white shining horses. The sun has Haver his epithet or Vitaspa i.e. fleet-horsed. It is useless to multiply such instances of parables, metaphors, and allegories, but we learn from these that the study of scripture language is altogether different from the study of the language of ordinary prose or poetry. Having referred to the teachings of the writer of Zoroastrian theology about the advocacy of animal slaughter, we shall now refer to some general points falling directly or indirectly in this present chapter. While speaking about the Amishaspands or archangels, the writer of the book on p. 231 under the heading on the material side Vohuman is the patron divinity of animals, says in the creation of this world, cattle are placed under the care of Vohuman. The follower of Zarathustra nourishes and feeds them, protects them from oppressors, and delivers them not over to cruel tyrants. It is such a one that propitiates Vohuman, for cattle are the counterparts of Vohuman, and he who is good to them reaps the nefib of both the worlds. Destruction of the animal's sin against Vohumano. 190 Yahumanangha of the Gathas is the archangel next in rank to Ahura Mazda, art if he is the patron of the animals as said above in accordance with the true and genuine spirit of Zoroastrian teachings. One cannot for a moment believe that these teachings can include or even savor of the idea of animal slaughter for sacrifices to angels. These ideas have been quoted again from the Pahlavi book of Shayist La Shayist above referred to. The idea of destruction of the animal world either for food or for sacrifice to the angels can never for a moment be classified as one of holiness, prosperity, or progress. The main principles of Zoroastrianism, and the advocates of animal sacrifices in Zoroastrianism are knowingly or unknowingly wrong teachers. On p. 196 the writer says further about this second archangel that Vohuman as the genius of the good Mayad did not emphasize the faithful adherence to good thoughts, but contented himself with reminding the prophet to teach mankind to take care of his cattle. End quote. The writer wants to show that the original abstract concepts are later on materialized, forgetting at the same time that even in the Gathas the protection of the animal world is regarded as a function of Yahu Manangha. No student of Avesta will deny the fact that Vohu Mano is the presiding archangel of the animal world, and that the man who disturbs the order of the animal world by any sort of destruction displeases Vohu Mano and therefore Ahura Mazda also. On p. 281, the writer points out that, 1. End quote, who has ill-treated cattle is ever trodden under their feet. End quote. We have given a very long list of references both direct and indirect from the Avesta in order to make the reader see that Zoroastrianism has never sanctioned animal slaughter in the name of religion itself, and it is quite natural that the slaughter of innocent animals should be regarded as a sin against the archangel Vohu Mano. 200 bodily ASH01 end quote, necessitates diet phi fbom slafeb. Lastly, we shall under this head refer to the question of diet, since the writer has wantonly passed remarks of a peculiar kind on this very important subject of Zoroastrian mandate of ashoy or purity. On p. 287 he quotes from the Pahlavi Dinkard 41, it needs only the final touch of this greatest of the renovators, Sashios, to bring about this result for the eternal welfare of the universe, Fraz Haggard. Men by this time, when these millennial conditions have been reached, have ceased eating meat, and subsist on milk and vegetables. End quote. In the age of modern scientific progress it is admitted on all quarters that the rhinolenium is removed further and further so long as the slaughter of animals for food is continued by the human race. Purity, peace, and progress are diametrically opposite to the ideas of decomposed matter for food, of cruel fight between butcher and animal, of taking the life which man cannot give. The idea of the millennium is taught throughout the Avesta in the Gathas, the Yagna, the Visparad, the Yendi Dad etc., and the ideal progress can never be achieved if man continues disharmony between his own kind and the brutal creation. On p. 278 the writer refers to the celestial food and says that, end quote, the food that is given to the souls of the righteous ones in heaven as soon as they enter its gates is tne ambrosia, the spiritual food of the angels themselves. End quote. This is of course a metaphorical way of representation, but it signifies that progress, spiritual and ideal, necessarily implies progress of the physical body towards refinement and subtlety and purity, and that without physical purity spiritual progress is impossible. On p. 368 the writer does refer to the principle of physical purity and says that the end quote, mode of living of the Parsis as taught by Zoroastrianism, which enjoins bodily cleanness and hygienic principles as religious duties, contributes greatly towards the preservation of young lives, and keeps infant mortality at its lowest. End quote. FL3JSH food is included in hellish food. 201 If the writer properly understands the meaning of bodily cleanness and hygienic principles as taught in the Vesta, he will never advocate animal slaughter either for religious rites or for diet in the name of Zoroastrian teachings in the presence of so many Avestic references to the contrary given in the beginning of this head. On pages 282 to 283 the writer says that the foulest food is served to the sinners, end quote, and that the most, end quote, fetid, putrid, and disgusting kinds of food are given to the sinners in hell, and the wretched creatures devour in quantities but yet remain eternally hungry and thirsty. Brimstone and lizard, poison, and the venom of snakes, scorpions, and other noxious creatures, blood and filth, bodily refuse and excrement, impurity and menstrual discharge, dust and human flesh, dirt and ashes, form the variety of dishes that the infernal caterer supplies to the inmates of hell. End quote. Thus we see that blood and flesh are included in hellish food, which can under no circumstances be looked upon as holy food for the physical body of a professor of Zoroastrian religion whose watchword is holens, physical, mental, moral and spiritual. In spite of so many contradictory facts, the writer says on p. 354 that, end quote, the Theosophists argue that Zoroastrianism forbids flesh eating. End quote. This is quite a mistaken idea and a wrong one. Have already seen that in the Vendidat and Tiryash the diet for man is defined to consist purely of the vegetable kingdom and amp, gt, and that in the Gatha XXXII, 12 there is a clear prohibition for animal slaughter, and that in Gatha L, 1 there is given a mandate for protecting the animals. In spite of such clear and obvious references, the writer of Zoroastrian theology ridicules by bringing in the name of the theosophist all the purely Zoroastrian ideas such as under animal and slaughter for food is not consistent with the commandment of compassion to animals. But, above all, animal food is unclean. Man's spiritual growth is stunted by it, and the eating of animal food, as incompatible with righteousness, forms an insurmountable barrier to the spiritual development of man. No amount of piety can redeem him, and no austerities can free him from damnation. The movement is gaining ground among a considerable portion of both sexes in the community. 36-202 Vegetarianism, an original Tiefensearl of Zoroastrianism. As said on p. 354. Now on p. 165 under the heading Druj as the personification of bodily impurity under the name Nasu the writer says that purity of body, mind, and spirit go together to constitute a man righteous, on p. 196 as we have already noticed, Bohemond reminds the prophet to teach mankind to take care of his cattle, on p. 231 it is pointed out that the true follower of Zarathustra nourishes and feeds the cattle, protects them from oppressors, and delivers them not over to cruel tyrants. It is such a one that propitiates Bohemond, for cattle are the counterparts of Bohemond, and he who is good to them reaps the benefit of both the worlds. On p. 238 the writer declares decomposed meat is not to be consecrated to any angel. On p. 287 the men by this time when these millennial conditions have been reached, have ceased eating meat, and subsist on milk and vegetables, and then on p. 355 he puts in an unwarranted statement that the Zoroastrian Church has never countenanced the vegetarian movement. We leave it entirely to the reader to weigh the pros and cons of this important subject as set forth in this fifth head, and then to arrive at an impartial conclusion deduced from the evidence herein. Have one more testimony to the pure diet preached in Zoroastrianism from the writer's own words on pp. 234, 235 Kurdat is the giver of daily bread. On the material side this archangel has water for his special care, and Zarathustra is commissioned by this archangel to advocate good use of it in the world. As water gives fertility to the land and is the source of prosperity, Kurdat is taken as the possessor of plenty and prosperity, and is invoked by the pious to bestow these gifts upon mankind. Food and drink are his gifts. It is said that the daily bread which every one pure diet by Kurdat and Amurdad for the unfoldment 203 obtains in this world throughout a year is apportioned in the celestial world on the day Kurdat by their deeds, and that these offerings thus secure for the faithful a larger share in this annual allotment of earthly riches. For Amurdad works in the vegetable kingdom that belongs above all to him, Arad helps those who work for the plant world. Food and drink are in his care. The supervision of food and drink given to the 6th and 7th archangels Kurdat and Amurdad, Orvadat and Amrita of the Gathas, at once suggest the Zoroastrian canon of purity in food and drink which must be conducive to the wholesomeness and immortality of body and soul simultaneously. Abstinence from flesh food of any kind and from spirituous liquors is the easiest logical inference following from the grand principle of Ashoy emphasized in the Zoroastrian scriptures. Yatha no ayangmshto mandu, vahishto urbano, Kshatrabadish tanvo, hanto vajatishtam anghush akaskoit Ahura Mazda jazantm is the grand principle preached in Yakna 71, of physical, mental, moral and spiritual progress intended as the summum bonum of life in Zoroastrianism. May minds adr that be happy and peaceful, our souls the best and our bodies radiant with the highest luster or aura, and with such highest point of progress being conscious of the best existence we may approach Ahura Mazda. It is left for the common sense discretion of the reader to say whether this goal of a life elision here in this physical body and in the physical world is possible if Zoroastrianism advocates animal sacrifices and unholy meat diet. But the jaundiced see always everything about them yellow, and the biased writers may try to dupe the majority of their co-religionists who are absolutely in the dark as to the original teachings of their scriptures, and may try to lead the public opinion by the nose under the glamour of diplomas of Western universities. Another testimony, though it may be indirect, regarding a pure diet for man is found on p. 174. The soul is immortal, and survives the death of the body which is perishable. The ignorant man, intoxicated with the pride of youth, 204. The ideal goal of life necessitates a pure diet. Encircled in the heat of passion and enchained by the bonds of fleeting desires, forgets the transitoriness and death of the body. One who lives for the body alone comes to sorrow at the end of life, and finds his soul thrown into the terrible den of Ingramenu. Man should act in such a way that his soul may attain to heaven after death. The individual who blindly seeks the passing good of the body, thus sacrificing the lasting good of the soul, is merciless to himself, and if he has no mercy on himself, he cannot expect it from others. This ignorance brings his spiritual ruin. He should not live in forgetfulness of everlasting life and lose it by yielding to his passions. If the physical life in this world is at all worth living, if life is real and life is earnest, then it is quite natural that in all the departments physical, social, moral, mental, and spiritual and even in economic conditions of life it must be lived in accordance with and up to the ideal goal lying in front of it. If the only object of this life in the physical world is the spiritual unfoldment of the latent powers of the soul, then it is quite necessary that all the activities of life food, drink, dress, dealings etc., be made parallel, and supplementary to the attainment of that ideal. If the ideal goal of life is a fact to be realized by all the souls on the earth and it is one as evinced by the Gathas and other branches of the Avesta scriptures, then it is quite plain that we eat in order to live or continue our physical existence in the world and that we do not live to eat or merely to satiate our lower propensities summed up in the five senses. What can be said of the writer of Zoroastrian theology who in spite of the presence of such ideas of ideal life in his own book, says some untrue and unwarranted things in the name of the Yendidat on p. 169. The man who marries and rears a family is hard-working, and nourishes his body with meat, is able the better to withstand a stavid hota than a celibate. This, as the writer says, has been quoted from Vendidad 4:47-49. When we refer to the original Avesta text we find no word or words suggesting nourishment of the body with meat. It will not be wrong to say that the words with meat are meat diet not at all advocated in Vendidad 4:47-49. 205, falsely put in by the writer of Zoroastrian theology in the name of the Avesta text Vendidad 4:47-49, which runs thus: Ad hechauli narratate zite amd porulm framraomi spidima 1 Zarathustra, yatha magavo j ravakshoit. Vistni amd yath advisedi, pathroden amd yatha api ure, shayatavito amd yatha ashayatsi. Hatcha ado nardo vodnian o ictretis litero on hat yojish uruthverhmt friday yatha hid yonoit. Itha ho upa mir 2, hdtl mu aspdresten mazo, hurle mameo mazo, slauro mazo, hudaviro mazo, isho zi nero pedi yinti asto vidatush peshaniti, yaskagishish thacto peshaniti, yaskazamako peshaniti kamam vast vanghanam, yaskamashim dravantum sastarum kamdrad hasha peshaniti, Yaskahashimo cream anashavand manghuharastatum am peshaniti, bauram altafam am shiothan and verazim noit bidem. This when rendered philologically is put thus: man spidum a Zarathustra. Here accordingly I prefer the who has a wife to a magov or a celibate, I prefer him who has a family to one who has none, I prefer him who has children to the childless man, I prefer him who has happiness to him who has none. Indeed, the former of these two kinds of men well multiplies the increase of cattle t, and he is better able to store up the good mind than one who does not do so, and he has a good memory. He is of the value of aspirina, or of a medium-sized animal, or of a beast of Bicroton, or of a man. Because that man can withstand the Bonbrielker demon and fights with him, he can oppose the demon who is a right shooter of arrow, he resists the demon of winter thinly clad, he offers resistance to the wicked unholy starving heretic. Thou slyolds practice the first kind of these deeds and not the second. If the original is closely looked into, one can see the absurdity of the idea expressed by the writer of Zoroastrian theology on p. 169. There is no word in the Avesta suggesting the idea of nourishment with meat. It seems that the writer of Zoroastrian theology is ignorant of the original Avesta and Pahlavi writings when he quotes or refers to these in his book. He has borrowed sometimes wholesale the views expressed by European savants in the translations of SBE series, and sometimes even mutilates these to suit his own ideas. But he has never cared to go to the original Avesta text in order to make sure if the European savants have misrepresented certain and 206 vohu manangha or good mind meat diet a contradiction important passages. Being a meat-eating race, the European savants cannot but see the Avesta from their own point of view. The simple word gav has been translated more than once to mean beef, which is very repulsive to the idea of the Avesta scriptures. Where the Avesta word is expressly meant for the animal kingdom or cattle or the entire living creation, Dharmeen instead translates it to meat, mutton, beef, etc. The passage of the Vendidad under discussion. Some Avesta words which are easy of translation are rendered by Dharmstetter to mean with fills himself meat. Yogedish Uruthvarham Paphrodite * when literally rendered imply cc who concentrates his protection of the growth of the cattle. Here the word cc is at random translated to mean meat which is an absurd meaning, and this meaning is followed eagerly by the writer of Zoroastrian theology because it is quite palatable to him. The word means dresthvara growth or expansion or increase, and when the whole context is seen, one is quite confounded to see the idea of storing up of the good mind or Yahuamano by one who eats meat in abundance. In order to point out the absurdity of his own translation, Dharmstetter puts a footnote that Vohumano is at the same time the god of good thoughts and the god of cattle. If Vohumano is such, what common sense will accept the diametrically opposite ideas of animal slaughter aud of storing up good thoughts from Vohumano by harassing him with the killing of animals for meat? The Pahlavi also renders it with the same view, viz., those people can entertain Vohumano within themselves who keep cattle well, tender and nourish them. Philologically rendered the phrase can be put thus: Vohumano equals good thought, Jagkrebushtaro equals can acquire, Anghatiz equals Arbihu, Jashoy the cattle or living creation, Frithver equals Mkroas, Houndferdity equals and / s up. All these words when literally analyzed do not in the least suggest any idea of killing of animal for filling oneself with meat, and thus, without referring to the 10 fundamentala of the Zoroastrian vegetarian principle. 207 Original Avesta text. The writer of Zoroastrian theology blindly follows the unwarranted and wrong renderings of European savants, thus revealing lack of scholarly independent judgment. In fact, the entire book of Zoroastrian theology has been based upon the translations of Avesta and Pahlavi writings by Europeans, which are very often misguiding and incorrect, and this fact gives rise to the doubt if the writer of Zoroastrian theology has even the philological knowledge of Avesta and Pahlavi languages. And now to conclude this 5th chapter, it must be clearly understood that, the idea of animal sacrifice in any form or the slaughter of innocent animals in the name of religious ceremonials is quite foreign to the Avesta religion as taught by Zoroaster, the teacher of Ashoy principle. 2. The Gathas have specifically inculcated the prohibition of animal killing, and have regarded all those who advocate Jashmorandan i.e. slaughtering the animal kingdom or of the living creation as evil or opposed to Ahura Mazda. 3. The Gathas preach protection, Vasushthraita, of innocent animals. 4. The word Yajna in Avesta never signifies sacrifice or killing of an animal, but that it is a term implying the grand law of attunement spiritual upon which the entire universe has been based, the sum total of the law being law styled in the Avesta as Stauta Yapna f the of the original. Primitive existence as mentioned in the Gathas, v. The offering of animal sacrifice to angels is merely a dream of a handful of writers like the one of Zoroastrian theology. 6. The apparent passages of such references to animals like the DASD Asptu Arshnavadish Ushtremcht ***, 10 pregnant mares and a camel. 208 Zoroastrianism must needs imply vegetarianism. Mentioned in the Gathas, have some higher metaphorical and mystical meaning not understood by the translator. 7. Vohumao or Biman is the guardian angel of the entire living creation who can never be delighted with the advocate of animal slaughter and can never reward such with the wisdom spiritual of the good mind which must be the desideratum of every follower of Zoroastrian religion. 8. Ashavahishta or Ardibiyasht, i.e. the best holiness and the law of divine moral order of the universe can never tolerate the idea of animal killing for any reason whatever as one of Ashoy, i.e. holiness or moral order. 9. The law of highest purity physical, mental, moral, and spiritual enjoined in the Zoroastrian scriptures can never allow the adherent to swallow dead matter of a slaughtered animal for food, that the rule of abstinence from nasu or decomposing dead matter so much emphasized by the Vendidad cannot at the same time advocate flesh diet for a Zoroastrian, and x. The principle of Urvat Murunam or unfoldment of the soul longed for in the Iwisruthramga, which necessitates Thrivadish Tanvo or brilliant oral bodies, Shto Mandu or healthy peaceful mind, and Vahishto Urvno the best condition of the soul, simultaneously, aspired after in Yana 71, which is the summum bonum of a soul's existence on the earth, will never for a moment allow us even to dream that Zoroastrian scriptures advocate the killing of the animal kingdom for human needs or in the name of religious ceremonials. Hence, in spite of the 10 basic reasons of the Zoroastrian vegetarian principle, to say that Zoroastrianism has never countenanced the vegetarian principle as said by the writer of Zoroastrian theology on p. 355 is nothing but deliberate untruth. 209 Chapter 6. The writer's cynical view of the prayer effect of Avesta scriptures. We shall now take up one more important subject, viz. the efficacy of Avesta prayers. It seems from the tenor of the book of Zoroastrian theology that the writer does not believe in the prayer effect of Avesta texts, and in the end takes a cynical view of the subject, ridiculing all belief in the sound effect of Avestan prayers. The writer laughs out anybody who asserts that the Avesta is simply figurative and enigmatic and employed specially on account of the word effect produced by a proper recital thereof. In order therefore to give some idea of this very important subject to the reader, it is necessary to point out the nature of the formation of the Avesta mantras or words of meditation. We shall try at some length to see what Avesta signifies in the light of modern science of vibrations produced by sound, and shall then refer to the ideas of the writer of Zoroastrian theology on the same subject. There is one word in the extant Avesta scriptures which has been technically understood by no student of the Avesta. This is certain, that Avesta is no ordinary language, and it is based on the laws of higher vibration besides the rules of gram march. The laws of higher vibration are collectively termed Staudayana in the Avesta, which implies all the laws of sound waves, vibrations, and invisible colors produced by these waves in the planes of ether. That vibration is the fundament of the universe is universally acknowledged by all the great religions of the world, the Fluat of the Bible, /K and Skalda Jjit Silkina of the Vedas, the 3A.Lma of the Quran. All these in their own grades merely indicate the fundamental law of vibration as the creative force in the whole cosmogenesis. This original creative sound is termed Ahanavar in the Avesta, and at 210 Ahanavar Lbire to the entire manifested universe. Signifies the will of the Lord. The Flku.nclfua.il is the song celestial sung in the highest heaven by the Creator himself with all the archangels and angels. Ahanavar is the fundamental vibratory keynote according to which all the planes of the universe have been brought into manifestation, and according to which the spiritual unfoldment will be achieved at last. From this spiritual vibration of Ahanavar, the holy prophet Zoroaster has composed the Yatha Ahuvario according to the Stauda Yagna or the laws of higher vibratory colors. Being ignorant of this distinction, the Avesta students very often explain Ahanavar to mean the same as Yatha Ahuvario. They are unable to account for the existence of Ahanavar even before the creation, as evinced from Yagna 19.3.4, where it is said Aat Mrat Ahura Mazda Bahá'í Ds Ahuna he Veryed Spitama Zarathustra Yat Te Fidveo Keem Para Ismem, Para Apem T Para Zdm, Para Gam, Para Erver, and M, Para Ataram Ahura he Mazda Puthram, Para Naramashavanam, Para Davdish Shakrafsti and Ishmashi and Ishsha, Para Vispem Ajwn Astavantam, Para Vispavioju Mazdata Ashachithra. Then spoke Ahura Mazda 0. Spitama Zarathustra. The word Tai I told you of in the chapter of Ahanavar, which was in existence prior to the firmament, prior to Ivatar, before the earth, before the living world, prior to the vegetable king Dom, before Atjiro Ahura Mazda Putlara, prior to holy man 9, prior to diabolical noxious men, prior to the entire material existence, prior to all good Mazda created seeds of holiness. It is seen from this very important passage that the vibration of Ahanavar was first in existence prior to the entire manifested universe, and that the Yatha Ahuvario is only a Bagha or portion of that Ahanavar or song celestial. The colors produced by that song celestial in the spiritual existence are collectively termed Tivtata in the Avesta, and Yakna cc Stauda basis of the universe and the Avesta. 211 The laws governing these vibratory colors are collectively known as Stauda Yapna which are the guiding laws of the entire universe, the Fundamenta Universalis. Stauda Yakna Yazamadya Taang Hushporu Yaya Liwiatun Aristra.s. With the Stauda Yakna, the laws governing vibratory colors, which are the fundamental basic laws of primary existence. Yakna ha lv. 6. This word Stauda occurs very frequently nearly in all the extant Avesta texts, and when philologically rendered, it means simply or praise, adoration. But word the Stauda like all other Avestan words is a technical word of very deep and scientific signification. The word connotes the sense of colors produced by the vibrations of the sound / and the entire Avesta is formed in accordance with Stauda Yakna, the scientific laws of harmonic colors and vibrations working in the unseen planes or realms of the universe. This most fundamental law, the law of Stauda, the law of the creative vibration of Ahanavar, is most instrumental in the formation of the entire Avesta Ze 21 Nasks. The prophet Zoroaster the Holy was, on account of his most supreme and sublime understanding power, the intuition of Asnivir able to grab all these laws of Stauda, and with the help of these, formulated the first word Yatha Ahuvario in exact correspondence to the celestial vibration of Ahanavar, and from this one word Yatha Ahuvario the prophet devised, with the help of the same Stauda or vibratory color laws, the Gathas, the Haftain Haiti, the Yakna, the Vendidad, the Visparad, and all the to us unknown Avesta comprising the 21 Nasks. The unfoldment of the soul, FLLM Adam Phtaluiza YL, implies the receptive and responsive development of the latent powers of the soul to the higher vibrations pouring from the unseen universe, and the ultimate attunement with these vibrations by means of the Stauda or colors produced by a holy practice of Avesta recitals with practical holiness in all respects. 212 URU Yaz Stauda and Amp, LT, C and mantra spent of shusho. T at tat moi dokstum ddt dia hide ang hushvispma ethyth v, / o yasmanaska ervidi o stavas iani padi hence indicate that point unto me with reference to the entire abode of this existence so that I may come over to the tie means of stauda, or vibratimari colors, being attuned with, phasmnist, the by the law of urn or spiritual unfoldment Yagna XXXIV, 6. This section 6 of Gatha 34 conveys the summum bonum and the procedure thereof for the candidate aspiring for urn or spiritual unfoldment. It explains that in order to go over to Ahura Mazda, in order to approach him, every aspiring soul laws you must first follow in earnest the of holiness for its or unfoldment and must thereafter attune itself with the higher vibrations of yazids or angels or attunable forces and intelligence by means of the staudic laws of vibration, the ultimate medium by means of which a soul with unfoldment can attune itself. Thus is the Avesta mantra, which is fundamentally classified into Jalantha, Finta, i.e. the progressional word, and the ns.kll and ka Jalant Lula, or the higher progressional word. We have said in chapter 3 at some length that the words L and $, HJCLL /gap/IA etc. in the Avesta convey a very deep meaning of spiritual attunement with higher spiritual intelligences, and here we assert that in the same way the word stauda implies unseen colors produced by vibrations of sound, and that the word umantra connotes the meaning of a well-conceived word meant for producing a certain vibratory color. In order to explain with some clearness the prayer effect and prayer value of Avesta recitals, we have to touch the subject from its very root, and that too authoritatively. Hence we shall give some of the references about each of the words stauda and mantra, in order to enable the reader to clearly comprehend the essential spirit of this chapter. Knowledge of stauda yakyo, worth acquiring. 213 I reference to stauda in the Avesta 1. Gathas. A. Yilve Yoitham dasame studum usum zavishtidong ho ishok shathrim sarangm -28-9. Those who have loved thy teaching of stauda, vibration colors, are the loving friends of the advantages and right power I, at ta vaksha ishantuya majvath hi 8 hit vidm hi stau taksiti, ajtardi yagnyashavang hushmanang ho hurnajdra ashtik hawidi rayokibish der set urged -31. Ye eager ones. One shall speak unto you about those two things worth knowing, which are the stauda yadalar na for Ahura Mazda, and the good mantrali means of holiness of good mind, and these are worth learning with spiritual light. See, Phi omoi for voicedom arath, ta yd vohushavu manang, yaknam majkshmavato at vd ahi staomayavachdug. 33-8. Me declare unto thy ultimate object, so that I may means of good mind and holiness the attunement with thee the words relating to stauda. Continue li Mazda and d. Perigath kshmavato vam Mazda garobish studum. 34-2. May I come up to thee, chanting of stauda. Mazda, in adoration by means of the kot toyerger, kot vashi, kot vd studo kot vd yagna haya, sruididai Mazda fravayoka yd vidita sheesh rashnam. 34-12, 214 in tune with Ahura Mazda through what is thy system, what thy will, Vijayat is thy stauda, what is thy yakna, speak Mazda that I may hear, by means of Oliakli the word of ordinances may he obtained *, t, Mazda at moi vahisht and sravayaska shiothnsht vayokt, tatu vohumanani jada ashtcha ishudam studo. KHSHMDM Kshatra Ahura Furshem Vasna Hathim Ddo Ahum. 934-15. Me unto declare Ahura Mazda the best canons and actions, so that on account of good mind, holiness, and right power thou mayest give unto me the genuine fresh existence resulting from the satisfaction of and stata divine will. G. Hayat d bush tishvases kshathra yadaya f yavat d thiv Mazda stami ufayikt, minus 43 8. Hence as long as I am in thy styoda Mazda and weave myself with thee, I give myself up for the desire of the adorning of thy sovereignty, K. Et fravakshya vispinal mazatlitum stavas asht yehudo yoihenti, 45:6. Then I shall speak JC of the greatest of all who is the possessor of good wisdom by means of Syauda and holiness 9 and of those who are I, turn ne statatem sh nemang ho di viversho. 45:8. Him if I do desire by means of the stauda 9 of prayer. J. Yevi stauteish Mazda frindia hura avat yistans hayat ve ishtan 9 vahishtam. Minus 49:12. Seeking tliat which is the best desirable for thee, one shall, Mazda love thee by means of stauda, Ahura holiness necessary fob the practice of stauda. 215, 7v, at vdo yazai stavas mazd for a herd, had. Ashavahishcht mana nyha rgesha throdkem, minus 54. A Mazda let me attune myself with thee always ivath stauda by means of holiness, the best mind and right power, m. 1, Teish vdo yak, Naish pedi stavas I Mazda asht vang hush shiothanlish manang ho, 59. May, I approach thee, Mazda, with stauda by means of these atlunments through holiness and deeds of the good mind, m. a, tve stauda aojd majdangcht, yamt ashatofcht istich, then, Mazda, I shall be as I have been called, practitioner of stauda as long as I can and I will by means of holiness. 2. The Yashts md, a. Chayashmi dongmzayathra si nam franghord, yd noit stautanam yanianam dmko vipratavo, Mayer Yasht 122. My nun and amp, lt, should partake of these libations of attunement. Ivo has not taken into his mind all the laves of stauda yapia, 6, Yo Baurio Stalsh Astavathados Statagaslim and DLST Devo, Fravardan Yasht 89, Zoroaster, who was the first in the entire physical existence to practice the stauda of Hashem and of Nasmidavo for the destruction of evil forces, Yamai, c. Pedi Vispem Manthram Hashem Sravovis Ruyata and Amp, GT, Ahu. Ratush Shaga Ethan nm. Stauda Ashehi Yaf Mazishteka 9 Vahishteka, Srishtaka, Fravardan Yash 91 216 Zarathustra the first practitioner of stauda. Whom, Zarathustra, in was pervading the entire word of holy mantra, who was the Lord and Master of constituents the stauda of holiness the most sublime, the best, and the most excellent, d. Yim, Isan amish and o spentavis kver hazeashafra orat frulchni avi manozart and toit anghuiat hacha, ahum ratum shaga ethan nm, staotera mashehi yat mazishta ihabahishta eka, srishta eka, pedafraksh teram chidana, and o yat hayden nm vahishte no. Fravardan yash 92. 11. Zarathustra, whom all the Amishas spends who are in harmony with Kershed accepted the Lord and Master of constituents as the practitioner of stauda of the most sublime, best, and most excellent holiness and as the expounder of the best law of existence with profuse devotion proceeding from the dedicated heart towards the mind, e. Stauterum, Vasanti. Ashish Vang Yash 12. The powers of Ashish Vang carry the practitioner of stauda onward, Dadidi Fravisha yo spidamo Zarathustro yo Baurio Mashidko stauda Hashem yat vahishtam, Yazada ahurem majm, Yazada amashe spenti, Ashish Vang Yash 18 then, she spoke out thus: he is spidama Zarathustra, who is the first man who practiced the stauda of Hashem, attuned himself with Ahura Mazda and with the archangels. G. Imam Yat, Danama stauda, Dushmanyum Sizdiadav Napiashabn, Jamayad Yasht 84, 11, which belong to this law, with whose stauda the unholy devils and the Ivic mind are to be destroyed. We call ourselves Prakshawiyant of Staudam through 217 U, H, FRD. Vizi Urvatho Stauda Urvathem Stauterum Vanghangam Dadho Obta Ahuro Mazduoyath Deshem Yatvahijtm. Hey Orna Yash 29. Te I shall agree, to ik thy friend by means of Stauda. The Creator Hormizd has declared thy friend and practitioner of Stauda to be superior to holiness the best. Uhauma, I, imdu se. Gath no, imau henti stao and yo. Hauma yash 218. Hauma 6 These are thy gathas, these are thy stauda. Ash and acha. Hacchya, vanghush sha. Manani ho vanghush shakshather and t, stao tuish thw and ta ira, stao toibia ab uhda, Thursday at uktoibi o, ya nathw and t ya noibia. Hoften yasht I 10. Ahum, owing to holiness, good mind, and good rik ht power, the slauda belonging to thee are superior to other stauda, the words belonging to thee are superior to other words, the attunement whitly thee is superior to other attunements. K. Studo garo valve mengahur and I mazd and I, ashayam I hisht and I, dade mahikakish mahik and ac /tavo ide and mam. Hoften yashk 7:1. We offer percent accept and declare unto Ahura Mazda and Asha Valiashta our reverential devotions of the Stauda songs. I, if thwol Stauda Raskarnanthrayaska Ahura, Ma D and Aoidwe Dha Usmahikem TW $8 Mayadich and an amp, GT, Hoften Yash 7:5. F. Ahura Mazda we call ourselves practitioners of Stauda Mantra, we choose ourselves as such and accept ourselves as such. 28 and 218 Stao Yakn% he laws of prime existence. M. Mrit. Ahura Mazd and O Spidum and I Zamthusht my dat yat Ashavahishta Fredatli Asha Spidumum Rathishtra, Staudareka Zaotarka, ZB, and Tereka, M and Thrariaka, Yash Tarka, Afratereka, Abijaretareka Vang, and Enkshak Tareokdulihan Vedisha Vircho Ahm and Kemyasan and Wavalim and Ika Yat Amashandm Spenta Ardibiasht Yasht 1, Akara. Mazda replied to Spidum Zarathustra Asheragard. Valiashta of good sheen lights and luminous f/loric, as the Master of Stauda, Master of Invocation, Master of Adoration, Master of Mantra Practice * Master of Atonement T Master of Blessing, Master of Eulogy for the sake of atonement and adoration of Terskilps the Amelia Spentas, Spidum Zarathustra, f3. The Yakna, A, whose Jami and Enya. Stauda Yayayatha Hesh Fredatli at Mazdayo Yeskvishto Vikrthrajo Fr and Dat Gaktho, P, and Tler and Ayashasi Yakthanam, Hayerkthra and Ayashahi Gaktlian and M, Sinjanin andam Shasayash Yantam Chavaspe and Oashe Ono Stoish. Ha 55:4. May the laws of Atunemli means of higher vibrationary colors come over to us in the same way as the most beneficent, victorious, Ahura Mazda, the Furtherker of the living world has propagated them for the protection of the constituents of holiness, for the preservation of the constituents of holiness, for the protection of the present and future benefactors of the entire existence. Da Yegna Yazamaid, L and Amp, GT. Stauda. Ija Enatumarum, Sakshemna S, and Chayamna Dadar and Na, Padish Markmna for Markmva Fr and Yaskmna, Frash M, Vasna Ahumdath and Na. Ha 55:6 We attune ourselves ibit the laws of higher vibrochromatic attunement, which are the laos fundamental of the prime existence worth repeating, worth practicing, worth learning, worth teaching, worth rever*ing, worth remembering frequently, worth reciting, worth attuning, giving fresh existence in accordance with the divine will, Ahana yar ashavahishta fshusho, mantra stauda yakna 219, c. Bahan m. Stautanam ya and amp, lt, nianam yazamaid, stautanam ya, New York Anam Yazamade Frasra Threemcha, Framark Thremcha, Freya Thrkmcha, Fr, and Yashtincha end quote. Ha 55:7-11 We attune ourselves with the branches of Stauda Yajna. We attune ourselves with the chanting, remembering, singing T and attuning of the laws of attunement end quote, by chromato vibrations. End quote, D, R and M end quote, hand and item stautanam yagnianam yazamade, apanotmaya pati vachastash srisht and M at toykar pem jasrapam of Akdayamahi Mazd and Ahura, Ima, Rayok, and O berzishtam berzim nam, avat uhvar devi and chi stauda yanaya yazam mi y and data ang hushporachia, end quote, ha 58:8. We end quote, attune ourselves with the laws of Stauda Yajna in its entire perfection which are the most supreme in their methodic arrangement. Ahura Mazda we regard this thy most excellent form of forms these lights which are the most brilliant of brilliancies Ivh is called the sun. We attune ourselves with the laws of vibration colors which are the loves of primary existence. Ahunam end quote, Varam Yazamade. Ashem Vahishtam Srakshtam Am Ashem spent M Yazamade. Fshuso Manthrem Hadhojamak Yazamade. Orvam Handa item Stautanam Yanaahum Yazamade. Stauda Yenya Yazamade, /AE, an amp, LT, end quote, Ang Hushpur Yehi Ha 59:32, * we attune ourselves with Ahanavar. We attune ourselves with the most excellent archangel Ashavahishta. We attune ourselves with the Fshusho Mantra Iladakt. We attune ourselves with the entire perfection of Stauda Yajna. Attune ourselves with the Stauda Yajna which are the laws of primary manifestation end quote, F, end quote, Vispacha Puncha Gmno Ashawanish Yazamade, Vispem Sha Yenkum Providincha Padatincha Abizaredincha Yazamade, Visp, and Cha Stauda Yanaya Yazamade, Vispacha V and Cho Mazdo Frakta Yazamade, Yoihenti Dushmadam Jakni Ma percent Yoihenti Closimtum Jaknishta T Yoihenti Dusvarshdam 220 power, success, aura, and efficiency of the words of Stauda Yakna Jaknishta, Yoihenti Yoikarada. Dichmafa, Yoilikti Ibi Karkta Duzulil daily, Yoihenti Ibi Karkta Dusvarshta, Yoiapi Liarententi Vispem Dushmadam, Yoiapi Karentanti Vispem Duzuktam, Yoiapi Karentanti Vispem Ditzvarshtwi. Manayan ahayatha sitarsh hushkamis memyazd and tem huparishtam apikarentati h and mayati dazidi, vispan, and msha'ites g and m vach and maya haskaltarira freem chikariniskas of areka yazamade end quote, ha 71:6, 7, 8. We attune ourselves with all the jive holy gathas. We attune ourselves with the entire yajna, or vibration attunement, and with its acceleration, propagation, and proper intonation. We attune ourselves with the entire Stauda Yajna. We attune ourselves with the entire word given out by Mazda which most efficiently dispels the evil thought, evil word and evil action, which entirely cuts off the evil thought, evil word, and evil deed, which cuts $0 from the very root all evil thought, evil word, and evil action just as fire cuts off / consumes and burns up purified we well dried and amp, GT, KL inspected sandal. Attune ourselves with the power, success, aura, and efficiency of all those words end quote, G, V cha end quote, Hankaritha Yazamade. Gudhan and M Urista Yazamade. G and Th and O spent and O Radikshithar and O Ashawanish Yazamade. Stauda Yukna Yazamade, Y, and Taang Hushpur Yehi and Chirvam Handadim Stautanam Yuknianam Yazamade. Ham Urvunam Yazamade. Hvim Fravisham Yazamade end quote, ha 71:18. We end quote, attune ourselves with the aggregate words. Attune ourselves with the expansion of the gathas. We attune ourselves with the gathas which are the holy riding lords of advancement. We attune ourselves with Stauda Yajna which are the laws of the first manifestation or primum mobile. We attune ourselves with the entire perfection of Stauda Yajna. We attune ourselves with our soul. We attune ourselves with our Fravishi sp actus of Stauda leads to ideal attunement 221:4. The Visparad, A, end quote, Nivyadami Hankdrayami Stautanam Yuknianam Hand and Ian and M Hufni Yishtan and M Ashayan and M Ashahi Ratham end quote, Card A 1-3. I invite end quote, and cooperate with the holy laws of holiness of Stauda Yakna which are well arranged and jid for attunement. I, Azamita Zaodavis and I Stautanam Yuknianam Frasra Threemcha, Framari Threemcha Frag, and Thremcha, Fr and Yashtincha. Carde 3:5. As the officiator-in-chief hereby accept the chanting, the recital, the singing and the proper attunement of Stauda Yakna. See, Stautacha. Yakna and Ikabam and Iklaya phrase Astay Iklaya, Yatisha Ahura Mazdao, Yatisha Amashamam Spentensum, 780ish Shahashe Ono Barazado, Yem, and Ikabam and Ika Yat Apanolma Rathvo, Yat Jakamuslia Yeo Ashawish, Yat Jaglimushade Radu Fridoish, Yatma Inthraspenta Yat Dana Yeo M and Zdayaknwash, Yat Stautanam Yanine Nianam, Vispaish, and Msharath and M. Carde 96,7. Practice Stauda in order to attune, adore, and glorify Ahura Mazda, the archangels, the exalted holy law, the most helping holiness, the most approaching opportune prayer, the Manthraspenta, the Mazdayasna law, the Stauda, and all the lords. 222 Stauda Yaknatra excellent fundamenta $desideratum. D. Humea. Yupam Yahayo Chayashmeda Hunahi Veryehiashaya Frasradahi, Frasri Ibiamnahi, H, and Vanai Haska, Hamitan Hun Vantayashaya Frashatatio F, Ash, and Vayamnaio, Ar Shukdan and Msha Vachan Gh and M Sravang Hyansha Zarathustran and M Varshtam Shashyathan and M Bearsman and Mshahashaya F and Amp, Lt. Astartaniim, Hauman, and Mshahashaya Hutan and M, Stautanam Shaya and Amp, Lt. Janian and Mdani and Oska Mazdayak Noisely M and Nthvcw and Msha, Vhhetvan, and Msha Varisht. Van and Msha. 12.3. We one select the best efficiency of the holy chanting and chantedness of Ahanavar, of the Havanim for pounding Hauma brought and prepared with holiness, of the truthfully uttered words, of the precepts of Zarathustra, or the deeds of Varshta, of the bearsman spread with holiness, of Hauma pounded with holiness, of Stauda Yakna, of the thoughts, words, and actions of the law of Mazdayasna. E. Vahishta Chitra is made Y and Stauda Yakna Vahisht and M Ishtim Yazd made Y and M. Ashehi Vahishta. Carde XXII 1. We attune ourselves with the most excellent fundamenta, i.e. seeds, viz. those of Stauda Yagna, i.e. of the laws of attunement relating to colors produced by vibrations. We attune ourselves with the best desideratum T which is of the best holiness 5. Hadak Mask and Aban A. Io Hashem Stauidi fra Orit Frakshni am Manozart and Toit Anghuiat Hacha, Hom Fim Stau Ifsi Yim Ahurem Mazd and M, Ho Apem Stauidi, Ho Z and M Stauidi, Ho G and M Stauidi, Ho Erber and O Stauidi, Ho Vice Babo Humazdadada Ashachithra Stauidi. Hadak Nask Fragard I3, Tunpuldment means attuisment with highest Stauda. 223. He who practices the Stauda of Hashem with perfect devotion proceeding from the heart devoted consciousness towards the mind, does attune himself with me who am Ahura Mazda by means of Stauda, with waters, with the land, with the living world, with plants, and with all the good Mazda created fundamenta of holiness. B. Yahm and T. Stauda Yukna Sr and Vayani, Ahunem Shavarim Sr and Vayani, Hashem Shavin Hishtam Hus Rav and Ni, Apask / Iavidin Huish Yazdath and Ni, Hira Anaji and Ivayavacha Garo Nm and Ne Ahura He Anazd and O Jazat Baurio, Dathat Ahm and T Tat Avat Ayaptam. Aban Nishat. May so that I for an amp, Lt. Chant the Stauda Yukna, one sing the Ahanavar, may first properly chant the Ashavahishta, and purify the good waters. He reached the abode of songs of Ahura Mazda very first by means of these Gathic words, Li gave that VL Timasibanuan from this. Word these are only some of the references Fko the C and Amp, Lt. Stauda. Occurring in the Avesta. But from these also one can easily make word out that the Stauda imply mere I, does not. Praise more something. Or adoration, or propitiation but than that. The word stauda, as seen from the above quoted references, signifies the fundamental law of unseen colors produced by the vibrations of the sound, and the entire universe has been manifested in accordance with the laws of these vibration colors. Stauda yakna, from the one primitive sound of prime motion we ahanavar in the highest heaven, can easily see from these quotations also that the unfoldment of the soul and communion with Ahura Mazda are only possible by means of the attunement with the highest stauda, and that the soul requires for its progress the various intensities of these stauda according to its stage of progress in the scale of unfoldment. In order therefore to attain this summuin bonum, the soul has to attune itself with the stauda of all the yazids and other spiritual intelligences, the greatest of whom on the earth is Sraosha according to the Gatha XXXIII. 5. 224 Attunement with Sraosha through Ashoy and Mantra stauda. 11 Yas te vispemazish chin Sraoshem zbaya abang and n6 . 7 Invoke Sraosha for help, who is the greatest of all thy yazids. The angel Sraosha is the receiver of all the collective stauda raining down from all the yazids, and it is also the transmitter of the same to any living soul who is ready to respond to Sraosha. For making the soul fit for response to Sraosha or angel presiding over collective stauda, the prophet Zoroaster has enjoined all the canons of Ashoyer physical, magnetic, mental, moral and SPI ritual purity, for without purity the soul cannot rise to the level of vibrationary response required for the higher potential of the stauda of Sraosha. Thus when a soul attunes itself with Sraosha by means of Asha according to the canons taught by the prophet for smiting the Druha or all unseen evil magnetic influence, it is fit for responding to the vibration of all yazids collectively through Sraosha, and hence to the vibrations of all yazids individually in accordance with the laws of attunement by means of stauda. When the soul has thus made itself worthy of these higher vibrations, it realizes the efficacy of the chanting of Avesta mantra, which, when recited holily or with the observance of Ashoy, produce stauda corresponding to the universal stauda, and thus there is perfect harmony or attunement of the soul with the ruling yazids. Hence we learn a fundamental rule of Zoroastrianism that Ashoy is the first requisite for the enjoyment of the efficacy of Avesta mantra recital, and it is only on AC count of the present-day life of the majority of Zoroastrians without the observance of Ashoy principles that the efficacy of Avesta prayers is not consciously perceived by them. But the Avesta mantra, which have been entirely based on Yatha Ahu Vario, for the 21 nasks as we have seen before have been made from the one word Yatha Ahu Vario, which in its turn is only a Bagha or corresponding branch of the universal Ahana, the Var and Amp, LT, vibration creative of the entire manifested universe, has its own efficacy on the planes of vibration and unseen color, and we shall 7 main points reattunement Thea Stauda. 225 Presently see some references from the extant Avesta proving that the Avesta mantra is meant for producing higher vibratory and staudic effects unseen. Thus we gather the following rules regarding stauda. 1. Stauda implies color produced by vibrations of sound in the higher planes of vibration. 2. Stauda yapna signifies the entire procedure and science of attunement through the medium of the higher unseen colors produced by vibrations of sound. 3. Urvat murunam asterisk means the unfoldment of the soul by means of the acceleration of the vibration of the soul to the rate of its original potential in AC chord of the laws of Stauda Yakna. 4. Sraosha is the angel presiding over the entire collective stauda raining down from all the yazids, and is also the transmitter of the same to any soul that has made itself fit for response to Sraosha. 5. Asha implies all the collective laws of holiness by means of which the physical, magnetic, moral, mental, and spiritual subtlety and higher rate of vibration may be attained in order to qualify the soul for attunement with Sraosha. 6. Urvan x Asha x Sraosha x mantra is the Chain 4 Ike order necessary for proving the efficacy of the Avesta word mantra for oneself, and the laws of Stauda work in each of these 4 main links. 7. Yazamate a word of frequent occurrence in all Avesta prayers, connotes the meaning of the attunement of the soul of the holy chanter, one who has been qualified as the follower of or recipient of Sro W Shaith every Yazadic Stauda that he repeats 3 every sentence. 29 226 Vibration is the fundament of the universe. From all this it is quite clear that the Zoroastrian mantra prayers are based on subtle laws which go beyond the scope of mere philological renderings of the Avesta texts. It is no doubt that the Stauda Yajna comprises within itself the science of vibration and undulatory motion, acoustics, optics, chromatics, electricity, magnetism, numbers, etc., because all these are closely connected with one another in their mutual functions on the higher planes. It is on account of this that the mantra which inculcate all the laws of Stauda Yajna exhaustively are known in Pahlavi by the holy priests who understood these laws very well by the name of Farhang and Farliani and Enthra are spenta, the knowledge of all knowledges, the science of all sciences. The master science is mantra spenta, for vibration is iht fundament of the universe, and the knowledge relating to the original first creative vibration of Ahanavar, which is expounded by the prophet Zoroaster, in the sum total of Yatha Ahuvario, which is an exact prototype of the celestial note Ahanavar, or in the 21 Nasks of Avesya. Mantra is the root of all knowledge, the main key to all the sciences of the universe. Hence every student of the Avesta must be informed of the Stauda laws in accordance with which the entire Avesta mantra has been composed. The ignorance of this most important fact and the utter forgetfulness thereof has given rise to a very considerable amount of false knowledge among the students of Avesta. The subject of Stauda Yajna, which is the main foundation of all Avesta mantra, is so very extensive that it requires volumes to elucidate it to give a good deal of satisfaction to a reader possessing scientific knowledge of the laws of vibration. One whole Nask called Stud Yasht in Pahlavi, or 11 Vastaram in the Avesta, is devoted to the special treatment of the laws of Stauda Ya9Na, which contains in all 33 main chapters. Out of this very important Nask we have mere fragments of Gathas, Yajna Haftain Haiti, Yajna, Visparad, but we are unfortunate in not having the original keynotes for the proper elucidation of these fragments by the laws and rules of Stauda Yajna. Defense, food, and clothing. Fabub Soul, 227. One important fact which should be noticed in connection with the subject of Stauda is this, that the urban or soul requires for its unfoldment certain units of vibration and Stauda in proportion to its own stage of present progress. In fact, the Stauda produced by means of the recital of Avesta mantra is the kind and the rate necessary for a soul born in the Zoroastrian fold and following the laws of Ashoy propounded in the law of unfoldment taught by the prophet Zarathustra. The necessity of the Stauda produced by Avesta mantra serves as food, as it were, for the soul. Hence the Gathas which have the supreme degree in point of Stauda are said to be the actual food of the soul in Yajna Ha 55 2, 3, 4 FAO. No Kenti Gathao Harithravatisha P and Thravadisha Maniash Harethraska, Y and O no Henti Urunt Vyam Karatemsha Vastremcha. T and O no Henti Gathao Harit Giravadisha P and Thravadish Cha Maniash Kareth and Aska, Tau no Henti Urun Vyam Karatham Cha Vastremcha, T do no Bayan Humizdo, Ashmizdo, Ashomizdeo Paroisandi Anghu He Paska Istaska Bayadang Haska Virvishtim. Td no Ama, Ta. Varethrakna ta, Dasvara, ta, Lafohaza, ta Fradal ha, T and Ridata ta, Havang ha, ta, Ayavang ha, Td Hud ang ha, Td Ashava ta, Td Frardite, ta Vijashe. Uzjamadan yd Stauda Yanayatha Hish Fradathat Majdo Yesevish to Varethro Jo Fradat Gi ho, Pathra and Ayashahiga Ethansam. Harithra Ayashahiga Ethan and Suyamnan and Msha Sayashyant and Msha Vispe and Aska Asheo no Stoish. Yajna Ha 55 2, 3,4. The Gathas which are for us full of protection and full of defense, and serve as spiritual food, the Gathas which serve for our soul as food and clothing. These Gathas are as protection and defense for us and as food spiritual, and these Gathas serve as food and clothing for our soul. May these Gathas be the givers of good reward, perfect reward, and reward of holiness in the next existence after separation of the physical tenement from the consciousness. These gathas are as courage, triumph, abundance, health, prosperity, and defense, for us. They are movers towards good existence, they are helpers all round, they take us toward good wisdom, they guide us towards holy being, they are for progress and knowledge. May their efficacy reach us means of the Stauda Yagna which has been created by Mazda the most beneficent. Victorer 228 Function of Stauda in the efficacy of Mantra, us, progressor of the universe for the protection of the constituents of holiness, for the preservation of holy constituents and for the protection of all the beneficent benefactors of the entire existence of the holy. End quote. This one quotation is quite sufficient for furnishing proof of the fact that the mantra has been formulated in accordance with the laws of Stauda Yagna or laws of attunement by means of higher vibrochromatic undulations. In the passage we notice that the soul is benefited by the mantric vibrations only through the medium of Stauda Yagna which is their foundation. We also learn from the same passage that the soul does exist in the next world after TNE separation of the physical tenement from the life, that the soul is helped on in the unseen world in its progress by the efficacy of the Avesta mantra and the Stauda of these mantra, that the mantra have a very exalted root cause and the beneficial efficacy of the Stauda Yagna laws has been merged into the mantra, and moreover that the mantra which contain the Staudic impressions in their very formation protect the soul from the evil influences of Druha like the clothing which protects the body, and that the mantra help the soul on in the work of or spiritual unfoldment by providing the soul with its own natural food, the higher vibrationary colors requisite for the certain stage that the soul has reached in the scale of its unfoldment. Finally, we are informed from the same grand passage that the vibratory impressions received by the soul during its life on earth in accordance with holiness, accompany the soul in the unseen world after its departure from the physical world and are very useful in giving the requisite vibrato chromatic motion to the soul in the unseen world, and that a prayer is evoked for the reaching of these beneficial efficacies through the medium of Stauda which has been created by the Creator at the very first motion given for the unfoldment of the soul or manifestation of the universe and for the ultimate unfoldment of the soul or manifestation of the spirit. Even from the extant Avesta we have learnt then from the references to Stauda quoted above that 16 axioms re Stauda Yagna. 229, the yearning for the knowledge and practice of Stauda Yagna leads to the summum bonum, i.e. the greatest good or heavenly bliss meant for the soul. 2. The love of Mazda, attunement with Ahura Mazda, friendship of Ahura Mazda, adoration, glorification, and propitiation of Ahura Mazda are possible only by means of the Stauda. 3. One must always have the one yearning for becoming a skilled practitioner of Stauda. 4. The practice of Stauda fresh, aliening within man. Well-directed results of the spiritual in the Ahu, v. One who is not well versed in Stauda cannot be allowed to participate in tea libations offered to yazids and other apparatus meant for producing forces of attunement with yazids. 6. The prophet Zodostet the Holy One Ibis the first tactitio ira perfect of Stauda, since he was the first to comprehend the manifestation of the entire universe in accordance with the celestial tune of Ahanavar by means of the Stauda Yagna laws, and to formulate the word Yatha Ahu Vario in rhythmic parallelism with that Ahanavar, and thence to expand the Yatha Ahu Vario into the 21 nasks of Avesta Mantra having their special rates of acceleration and intensity, for to Zoroaster the progress of the soul imply genuine absorption of higher mantric vibrations and colors by the soul through the medium of Ashoy principles which help to promote the subtleness of the physical and the ultra-physical tenements of the soul. The physical, comprising tanu or body proper, getha or vital organs, asta or etheric and nervous body, and the ultra-physical including kirpa or invisible counter 230, stauda at the bottom of Zoroastrian sun worship. Part of the physical body, ushtana, or life, or vital heat, tevishi or desire shell, the root cause of thought activity, all of which are mentioned in the very first line of Yagna Ha 54:1. 7. The stauda produced by the mantra and ashoy principles of the law of Zarathustra are very powerful and capable of disintegrating the graphs of vibrations and forms unseen created by evas or people of evil thoughts and malpractices. 8. The stauda or vibration colors belonging to and generated George A. Siha, J.V. Lazda are the most supreme of all vibrations and colors. 9. Only offerings of stauda or higher vibra engines oalujayers OAN7 and quote, EAO flow hilra /f.as.ni3 shavahishta. X. Kafalover of Zoroastrianism Liam must be the practitioners of the Sayauda produced by the Avesta Mantra, and must stick to this practice at any cost. 11. Stauda Yajna is the protector, defender, and promoter of the entire existence of the holy, guiding the whole Frasho one creation, to that end quote, event divine end quote, or kireti * i.e. renovation. 12. The Stauda Yajna are the fundamental laws in accordance with which the original thought vibration, or primum mobile, the very first motion is given by the causer of all causes, for the enfoldment and unfoldment of spirit into and from matter. 13. The sun is the center or storehouse of Stauda or all the higher vibrato-chromatic effects. Hence the sun is also desired in attunement by means of the Stauda Yajna, and the close relation between the sun which is the light of all visible lights and the Stauda Ya9Na is indicated very easily. Stauda and Zoroastrian brotherhood i.e. universal attunement. 231, 14, the interrelation of Ahanavar, Ashavahishta, Stauda Yajna, Gatpas, aggregate words, soul, Frav Ashi, Havanim, Bearsman, Hauma, thought, word and deed of Mazdayasna law establish a very strong proof of the effect of Stauda present everywhere lying at the bottom of everything. The Gathas and all the collective words of the Avasvka mantra are based on the laws of Stauda and have correspondence to the original Stauda of the song Celestial Art of the Archangel Ashavahishta presiding over divine moral order of the universe. The soul, Urban, can have the glimpse of the Fravashi through attunement with Bayadangha, higher spiritual consciousness, only by means of Stauda. The ceremonial efficacy produced by the aggregate forces of the Havanim or metal tumbler, Bearsman or sacred twigs and Hauma or sacred plant is entirely based on the grand laws of Stauda which establish telepathic and Staudic connection between the visible and the unseen planes of the universe. And lastly the underlying element of the Mazdayasna law being also the Stauda of Ahanavar, it is quite evident that the thought, word, and deed expounded in that law should be closely connected with the Stauda Yajna. 15. Stauda Yajna stand as the most excellent seeds or bases of the entire universe, and the universal unfoldment is possible only through the attunement of all by means of these basic laws of Stauda Yajna. The higher Stauda must be the chief desideratum of every Zoroastrian soul. The universal attunement or brotherhood is possible only through the media of Stauda, and the one Stauda of Ashini practiced holily and in accordance with the law is equal in its potential or power to the vibration of Ahura Mazda, to the vibration of waters, plants, land, and the living creation, for the Stauda of Hashem is knowledge and practice of Stauda the capital itself the fundamentum of the law of Asliya-Vahishta. Hence only Stauda will achieve the universal frashikireti or renovation of the entire universe. Besides these, the epithets of Stauda or Stauda Yajna viz, worth chanting, worth singing, worth attuning, worth remembering, worth practicing, worth learning, worth teaching, and capable of withstanding, cancelling, and crushing the vibration and color of evil thought, evil word and evil deed such as are hindrances to spiritual unfoldment, and again having a special rhythmic, harmonic arrangement only stamp on the mind of a sincere student of the Avesta that there is nothing so very desirable during life on earth but the one thing, namely the knowledge and practice of Stauda Yajna for achieving the progress or unfoldment of the soul, and that more things are wrought by the Avesta mantric prayers than the philologists dream of. Hence we shall now try to quote a few of the references to the mantra from the extant Avesta texts, so that the reader may be able to see that the mantra are meant for producing some higher efficacy in accordance with the laws of Stauda, an efficacy which is at present inexplicable and incomprehensible on account of the total ignorance of any rule we relating to Stauda Yajna. Shall begin with 1. Gathas, Ash and T Kathwa, Krais, and Ni Manaska, Vohuvayademnoji and Tumsha, Ahur and Iskvishdisra Ashem Mazd and Iana, Manthra Mazishtam V and Euro Imadi Krafstra, Hiwa. Ha 28:5, Asha when T shall I see thee recognizing the good mind and Bordasa as the state for the most beneficent Ahura Mazda, so that in accordance with these mantra we can most extensively bring to faith the noxious tongue. B. D and Astu Mazdak Shay and Chu Y and Te Mantraswima, Ha 28:8-7. Divine make of Mant Lyra according to Gathas. 233 Thou shanneldst grant Mazda, and scudst rule, so that we might tour here Mant Lyra the riches. C. Turn Zutwasha Huro Manthrem Tashat Asha, Hazaasho, Mazd and Ogavoikstvidamcha, Hvo Urushad Biaspento S and Snakast Vohu Manangha, Yet ID and Yet Ed and Va, Mirte Alia. Ha 29:7. Ahura of the same will with Asha formed the mantra of bounty for him, bountiful Mazda himself, prepared, sweetness for the living world with teachings for those who have attained unfoldment. Who is he with the good mind that can deliver these two forever unto the mortals? D. Alim and I Anghat Vahishtam Yem Oivid and Oveo Kot Haltham, Manthrem Yem Orvitato Ahai and Amirat and Tashs, Mazd and Iavat Kshathratam Hayat Hoivohuvakshat Manang Ha 31:6. One that power which grew for him through good mind was the best for him, i.e. for Mazda, who as a knowing one declared unto me truly the mantra which is of wholesomeness, Asha, and immortality, Anghush Marekhta.ro Yich Hamazda Jajir Zat KDM 6th Wahid Manthrano Dudam Yeish, Pat Deresidat Shahiel Ha 32:13. C and Amp, LT, those who have been complaining in the satisfaction of desire are destroyers of the spiritual type, Mazda, as against the apostle of thy mantra, who would protect these, by means of the sight of holiness. 9, Uzur and ID and Iism Saradon and O Senhaya Mateish Lispish Yoatoy in and through Maranti. Ha 43:14. May. I awaken the leaders of mandates along with all those who repeat thy mantra. G. Tat Thwaparist Arish Moy Vayoka Ahura Katha Asha Dri Gem Dydm Zasteo Ni Himranstithwa Yamanthrash Eng Hahide, M. Avadim Sindmdldwadreg Vasudeish Dwafshen Maj and She Dienstansk. Ha 44:14, 234 Druj destroyed and Ahuba Mazda attuned through mantra. I me this ask thee, tell aright, Ahura. How shall I give Druha into the hands of Asha in order to destroy her by means of the mantras of thy word, in order to give strong blow to the wicked in order that they the deceivers may not attain their treacherous aims, Mazda. Ti, Tathwaparisa, Arish Moy Vayoka, Ahura, Katha, Mazda, Zaramchar and Ni Hachikshmat Askadim Khshm and K and M Hayacha, Moiki and TV and Kshayasho. Saroy Buzdi and Iorvida, Amirdada, Ava, Manthra Yarathemo Asha T Hacha, Ha 44:17. I me this ask thee, tell aright, Ahura, how shall I come to a conference with thee and to attunement with thee, Mazda, so that my expressed desire may be to obtain spiritual welfare and immortality in leadership by means of these and Enthras which are the best wealth by virtue of Ashoy I, at Fravakshya, Anghusha Hisi Boyurvim, Y and M Moivid and Omazd and Oveo Kata Huro Yoi Im Ve Noit Itha Manthratun Veras Henti Yitha Im Men Endika, Veokaka /Iabia Ang Ush Avoy. Anghat Mem. Ha 45:3. Me fundamentum then one speak of thee of which this life and amp, gt, unto the all-knowing Ahura Mazda declared the end of life will be in woe for those of you who do not practice the mantra in the same way as I meditate upon and utter j, Aroizi Ikshma, Mazda, Ash, and Ajursai etiat use km and k and I manthrane ve'erazeth abidirshta, Avishya /Abangha, Zasta isht y, and Endo khdthre day at Ha 55. I bliss to the practitioner of mantra with Ashoy. 235 Holy Ahura Mazda, verily give bliss unto the practitioner of thy mantra in perfection with thy help latent and patent, so that with the hands of his he may give bliss unto one us. K. Yemdravicham Majd Baradi Urvatho Ash Nemang Zarathustro Data Krate Ush Hisvo Rhythm Stoima Hydrogen Vohus Dit Manangd. Ha 56. Zarathustra, the keeper of wisdom and the eternal guide of the tongue, is the friend of him Mazda who utters the mantra with ashoy and devotion, for such can teach my esoteric teachings on account of the good mind. 1. Atoy. Zi Vakshya, Maj Vijashe Zi and Mru Yadhyat Akoid 1 Dreg Dite Ushtya Ashem Ddhre. Vo Zi Mantra Shito Yavijashim Ravati. 39 Ha 51 8 LT. Therefore Mazda, I shall indeed declare thy word unto the knower. Indeed the man ought to declare that evil comes unto the wicked, and bliss unto the upholder of Ashoy. He who declares the mantra unto a knower is indeed 9 happy. 2 Yakna, A. Imdmang Widmshahashad Msharathu and Msharada Fridin Chagathan Mshasrathrem Varshtu Mantra O Parishadad Mahid Cha 9 Vyadayamahi. Ha 41. An amp, LT, we dedicate and declare these mastery, holiness, lordship t opportune prayer, chanting of the Gathas and well-practiced mantra. B. Tl Ashayano Padi Jamit Yehide Sada Ishtanti Radang Ho. Thwastaodarask Manthronaska Ahura Mazda Jamadicha Usmahit Vistmadiched. 724. 236 Best existence attained by mantra practice with Kupti, may, those blessings reach us through Ashoy, whose benefits the reciters of prayers long for. We call ourselves, Ahura Mazda T Praktitioniers of thy Stoda and mantra, we desire to be such, and we accept being so. C. Fraz Asti Ahura Hi Majdo, Ahuna Hi Verye Hi Arshukt He Vakshir Dameo Vanghuidod Fertoh. Ughir Daphnwash up Amandi, Haumaheka Manthra Eka Ashayanaka Zarathustra Hi Jami Ashayano. Padi D. Ha 81. A. The blissful return of Ahura Mazda, of Ahanavar, of rightly spoken word of pious good blessing, of powerful impress of wisdom, of Hauma, of mantra, of holy Zarathustra may come unto us through Ashoy. D. Frat and Amp, LT. Ete Majdo Barat Porvanim I Widung Hanum Stair Pezangam Manutid Slikm Vanghuhim de Endmshtayaknim, Dat Angli Ahik Dividsto Beresh Nush Padi Garindm Dress Janali I Wididish Agravaska Manthra. Ha 926 Mazda brought first for Tliethansti or sacred that cat girdle, adorned with stars, spiritually made it and the good Mazdayasna law. Whenceforth having put on the Kusti Ilio hast stationed thyself on the tops of mountains for reciting the mantra. E. Yaskama atami ung havoya asteridi spidama Zarathustra baghamahuna he veryehi mara, frdvd maro drenjayat fra, versus drenjaya sr and vayat, fra va, sraveo yaz and ithrachitaro paratumchit he ervnam vahishtamahum frap and rayamazam yo ahuro majdo. D. Vahisht Anghud, a Vahishtayat Ash and T, a Vahishta Itibia Reokayabia asterisk Ha 196. W. Spidama Zarathustra he who in this corporeal world repeats the branch of my Ahanavar, or repeating it recites it, or reciting it sings it, or singing it becomes attuned loided, will have his soul taken over the bridge 3 times towards the best existence by me who am Ahura Mazda towards the best evidence, towards the best holiness, towards the best 9 lights. Ahanavar Stoda meant Lyra first principles of creation 237:00 Vahishto Aliero Majdayahunam Verim Fn /Mrat Vahishto H and Mok and Rea. Ha 1915. Ahura Mazda the best chanted Ahanavar and T all the best was achieved. G. Kothumadam. Ashavanam Mariaspoirio. Kothuktam. M and Anthrospto, Kothumrishtam. Stahat and Ishshahashapairi and Ishshadi and Mebish. Ha 1919 Humida. What is the first thought of holy man? What is Hukta? Manthra the beneficent. What is Varshta? The Stoda, i.e. the first holy principles of the creation. H. T. Hayat ashti vahishtai ayashem parachin asti vispem manthrem vispim thrdiyatha ashlikshathrem chin asti. Ha 23. Being holy for holiness sake elects the entire mantra for the sake of mantra in entirety. I see it implies power for the sake of nine holiness. I. Yenim. Vacho ashayono Zarathustra si yengli mtdm dat yagni padi. Ha 21:1. Those of the advanced ones in attunement Hosea li rath ustra. Is the word of attunement of J. Manthrem spentum ashkarinangam yazamade ddtcm doyam yazamade, datum Zarathustra yazamade, dereg mupayand yazamade tida and mvanglia heimjdeakneam yazamade, zarazdatum mithrem spentum yazamade, ushidarithvemda and mjdeadalarnem yazamade, vidhum manthrem spentum yazamade, esnam kratom mazdadtum yazamade, jace hosrudum j kratom mazdadwem yazamade. Asterisk ha 25:6. 238 Attunement with Sbosh through the superior vibration. We attune ourselves with Mantlyra spenta of perfect aura, we attune ourselves with the law against Deva, we attune ourselves with the love of Zoroaster, we attune ourselves with the long-lastingness, we ourselves with the good law Mazdayasna, we attune ourselves with devotion with Mantra spenta, we attune ourselves with conscious attachment with the law Mazdayasna, we attune ourselves with knowledge of Mantra spenta. We attune ourselves with the Mazda created inborn wisdom, we attune ourselves with the Mazda created acquired wisdom. K. Er yamanamashim yazamade t amavantum, varethrajantum, vitlishsngam, mazishtam ashehi sravang gathao spent dure tukshathardu ashayanis la yazamade, staoda yanaya yazamade udata ang hushbo yuri yehiel. Star -54:1. We attune ourselves with the Ariamdish prayer, which is courage and victory imparting, removing worry, and the greatest of the words relating to holiness. We attune ourselves with the bountiful powerful holy Gathas, we attune ourselves with Staoda Yakna, which are the laws of primary existence. 1. Yo. Baurio Gathik Sofrazra and Vaid Yno Puncha Spit and Mahaya Shaono Zarathustra he. Asterisk, Srash, was the first Ivy Ho chanted the Gathas which are jive belonging to holy Spitama Zarathustra. M. Yim. Yazidaliano Fras Homish Bishazio Sriro Kshathrio Zahiri Doithro Berzisht Padi Berzahi Harithia Padi Berze no, Vach Nop and Po Vach No Perig and Vach Not Pathim no Vispopism Mastim Yamporu and Zaintim Manthraeka. Porvitatum. Ha 57:19, 20. Srash, with whom the advancer, health Yuvani, beautiful, powerful, golden-eyed Hauma attuned himself on the highest peak of Alberts with the good word, with the Ppo and Paragood words, and following the all-adorned greatness, i.e., the full commentary of the superiority at Navar Fshusho Manthra Yakna weapons of Sbosh, 239, Ri. Uyenhia Hanovarios Nathish Visita Varethrajo Yaknaska Haptain Hadish Fshushiska Manthro Yo Vidrethraknish Visp and Oska Yakno Kirteyo. Ha 57:22. Srash. Whose victorious weapon, Ahanavar, Haftain Hadi, overpowering Fshusho Manthra and all the Turs of Yakna had accepted to be. Yachap, O. Ahunem Shavi and Iram Frishyamahi and Tereka Zzm and Tereka Ismanum, Ashem Shavahishtam Frishi and Mahi and Tereka Z and M and Tereka Ismanum, Yenhi Hadam Chahafra and Yasht and M Frishi and Mahi and Tereka Jun and Tereka Ismanum, Dama Ekanarsha Shaono Damam Shavanghuim Afradim Frishi and Mahi and Tereka Z and M and Tereka Ismanum Ham Iste Yicha Nisbarite Icha Angra Main Yushmat D and Mano Does D and Mano Purimarkahe. Ha 61 or 72:1, 2. We desire the currency of Ahanavar between the earth and the sky. We desire the prevalence of Hashem Vohu between the earth and the sky. We desire the promulgation of Yenhi Hatam between the earth and the sky. We desire forth the pious and good blessing of the pious holy man between the earth and the Stijor, the purpose of withstanding and suppressing the evil spirit with its creation, with its evil procreation and jul of death. 3. Vispayad, a. Lt Amiazathra bears Manacharathu and Emframarit and Rem Isyashti Yim Naramashavanam Dadhar and Nemhumatem Shamano, Huktem Shavacho, Hvarshtem Shashayothanem spent and Msha Armadim Daradam Yoimanthrem Sayashyantu, Yenhi Shayothan, and Ishkeeth and O Asha Ephrat and quote, Karde 240 Uni Yisal attunement by means of mantra. Tli desire to have in the attunement by means of this libation and sacred twigs the holy man Iviho remembers the Lords, who holds just to the humida thought, who jachta word, and varshtadioi and sticks to spenta armadi and the mantra of the Sayashyants, by whose actions the settlements thrive on account of Ashoy and quote. 6. Ida Vacha and quote, Madhyangha Ahe Vacha Sadayangha, Ahura Mazda Ashava, Hathra Venghubia Yazatiabia Yat Amashiabia Spentaeabia Hukshathriabai / Oli Yud and Obia? Karde 8.1. Cf. By means of this word should be propitiated, by means of this word should 6. Enraptured holy Ahura Mazda with the good Yazits and well-ruling well-wise Amashya Spentas. End quote, c. End quote, Isyashtiahuna he ver yehi anahun and charatush shasti tatiskadana evanghuaom and zidayagnwash. End quote, Karde 10.2. / end quote, desire in attunement the Ahanavar with its Ahu, Ito, and the permanence of the Mazdayasnian law. End quote, d. Hashem end quote, Ahurem Mazd and Am Yazamaid, Hashem Amashe Spenti Yazamaid, Hashem Arshajachdam Vachim Yazamaid, Hashem Vispem Manthrem Yazamaid, Zarathustra Hadha Manthrem Yazamaid end quote, Karde 13.1. We end quote, attune with Ahura Mazda by Hashem, we attune ourselves with Amasha Spentas li Hashem, we attune ourselves with the rightly spoken word Hashem, we attune ourselves with the entire mantra by means of Hashem, we attune ourselves with Zarathustra associate, of *3. End quote, c. Ahunavadim, and amp, lt, Gathamashayani Mashahi Radam Tazamadam Atafsman Mat Vachaslashdam, Matazantim, Mat Perezvim, Mat Pati Perezvim, Mat Vaxabit Shah, Padlyabayaska y Huframaram, and M, Hufra and Yasht and M Freyazant and M. End quote. Karde 14.8.1 * man rikvibcation effect of yakna hoftain didi. 24 leaders we end quote, attune ourselves with Ahunavadi Gatha the Holy Lord of Asliya Iveth its measures, word structures, commentary t question, response, accent, poetical feet, well recited, evel reciting velatundi evelatuning end quote, / end quote. End quote. Sraashiska idha asta ahura he majdo yakndi sevayish taka shayono ya endu ishio yasneheka hoftanghadwash fravkicha padia staicha, majticha, zarazticha, framarkticha, frakticha, ririthrakni, ashayon anapayakta, anapishut, yo ferdvayok, yo fravelj chayatranazu amava varethraja vidvyashtvo vachdm shavidrethrakni nam fravkadi thraska ahura he majdo. Karde 15.2, 3. May Sraasha be here for the attunement with the most beneficent holy Ahura Mazda who is beloved unto us, by means of the recital of Yapna Hoftain Hadi, its acceptance, exaltedness devotion thereto repetition and saying, for giving victory to the holy without interlocution or omission. He who has recited or will recite it, will be great, victorious, unopposed for Bini able to recite victorious words for the attunement with the fire of Ahura Mazda end quote. G. Aishi Kridmahi Yaf Nahe Hoftanghatwash Humatica and Amp, GT, Huktacha Varshtacha, I we Garadmahi Hashem Vohu / Karde 17.1. End quote, / Regrabor absorb the humida, Hukta Varshta effect of Yakna Hoftain Hadi, T absorb Hashem Vohu end quote, G. Lber end quote, Rayoko Yazamaid, Ver Barishtam Ver Zamandam Yazamaid, Vareka Amish C Spenti Yazamaid, Varshta O Manthra O Yazamaid end quote, Karde 19.2. 31 242 Manthra the Opus Mag US of Universal ATTUNEMENL*. End quote, we attune ourselves with the light of the sun, attune ourselves with the sun who is the highest of the he ones, we attune ourselves with the sun and the Amishya Spentas, we attune ourselves with the well-practiced mantra end quote, I, Vohukshathram Yamaid, Kshathram Varam Yazamade, Ayakshu Yazamade, Vacha Arshukta Varithraknishtavoknit Yazamade. Card 21. 1. We attune ourselves with Vohukshatra, we attune ourselves with the desirable power, we attune ourselves with the metal weapon, we attune ourselves with the victorious devasmiting rightly spoken words. Avi ap msha vanghu hind mervarand msha mavaran mashayan and msha fravishintam yim garad mahivam msha, avi and ungsmchid y and o vanghuish y and o and po y and oska erver and o y and oska ishayan and m fravishayo I jaknam jird mahivam msha, avijish, avi. Gaya hi avi man thraspenta hi ashayo no verazayang he yaknam garad mahivam msha, avi tava ahura mazda yesnam garad mahivam msha, avi tava Zarathustra nem garad mahivam msha, avi tava ratavo lirza yuknam garad mahivam msha, avi amashand spentand yuknam garad mahiva wemsha. Card A2L1, 2 we grab the attunement and devotion of the good waters, self-limni trees, and the fravishis of the holy, we grip the attunement and homage of these good things, viz. Waters, plants, and fravishis of the holy, we grab the attunement and homage bj the living creation, the first man, and of the holy worth practicing manthraspenta, we grab the attunement and homage of the Ahura Mazda, we grab the attunement and homage of the Zarathustra, I've grabbed the attunement and homage of the exalted Lord, I've grabbed the attunement and homage of Amishaspentas. Stoic efficacy of the names of Amishaspentas. 243-4. Yashts, A. Aat Ahura Mazda and Oahm and Kemen and Mospidam Zarathustra yat Amishaniim Spentan and M tat Osti M and Enthraspenta hi Amavastem M, tat Varethravastem M, tat Jakarinang Hastem M, tat Idskarastem M, tat Vidrethranyat Mem, tat Bishaziat Mem, tat Tbisho Iorvi, and Steam M, Devan and M Mashi and N and Msha, tat VL Spahe Ang Hushist Vito Ang and RN Osti Vimarzish asterisk Horms Yasht 3, 4. Then Ahura Mazda replied I spidam Zarathustra, the names of ours i.e. of Amishaspentas. That portion of Manthraspenta is the most courageous, most victorious, most glorious, most efficacious, most overpowering, most health-giving most destroying the ills o Jadavas and men, it is the most attainable for meditation in the entire corporeal world, it is the most purifying of life in the entire material existence. B. Ltaata ulchta Zarathustra freut me tat nama framernati ashdum Ahura Mazda yat te osti mazisk tem shot, vahish tem shot, srishtam ot, its lo siristem em shot, vidrethraknyat mem shot, bishaziatem mshah ibaxlo torvaden steam emiglia, devand mashi / du and shot, yitfia ism torvayani visp devam aslidensklia, yitlia, azam torvakni mdm visp yatavo parakdiska yatne chaish torvade. Noit dokvo, ned hamaslio, noit yatavo, nakt lia parakdug. Horma, d Yasht 5, 6. Then Zarathustra said Ahura Itfazda the Holy, declare unto me that name of thine, which is the greatest, the lest, the most excellent, most efficacious, most overpowering, most health-giving, most repelling ills of devas and men so that I must shatter all devas and men, so that I must shatter all sorcerers and fairies in order that none might annoy me neither the deva nor man neither sorcerers nor fairies. C. Yasavashi Zarathustra, Avaiotbishta Torveo Devand Mashidnkam Shot, It Liwam Parakandam Shot, Sathrodn Kayam Karavnam Shot, Maryandam Shot, Lizangrandlam, Verkandam Shotchathva region 244 Powerful efficacy of these names against all evil forces. Henadiscliapgrithuinakato, Parafhudrafsgiado, Krethvodrafsado, Uzjareptodrafsado and Amp, GT, Kruram Drafshem Barantado, Atha Imau Name Nish Drenjao Fram Rava, Vispdish Aid Nakakshafna, Cha. Hornazd Yash 10. If thou wished Zarathustra to shatter the ills proceeding from Dakvas and men, sorcerers, and fairies, kfiwars, deliberately blind and deaf, two-footed serpent-like creatures, two-footed heretics, four-footed wolf-like creatures, armies with lie broad front, wide flags, high flags and unfurled flags, carrying noxious flags, then thou shouldst all day and night repeat and recite these names. D. Yaskami idami ankvayat astavanti spitama Zarathustra imau namnish drenjo fram ravapadia asnapati vdikshafn fram rava us vd hishto nird 2 I80 amno 4s vd hishto, ivadan ganam v and iweong hayamno, iwadon kahane mr6 bugiamno, fr and v and shusahacha g ended, /ra fa shusahacha zantaat, fra, vu shusahacha danghut, ava jasa dahidama, Noit dim narati anghi inn, noit ena, and ok shapo, ishmodruda hidruk shir manang ho avazi nt, noit akavo, noit chakavo, noit ishavo, noit karda, noit vazra, noit vicentiasana avazi nt hormazd yash 29-18. He who, spitama Zarathustra, in this corporeal world repeats and recites these names of mine every day and night recites ibihile rising or sitting, sitting or rising, girding or untying the kusti, going out from a place, going out of the province, going out of the country towards another country, will not be injured that day and that night by the isham druj of cruel thoughts, neither by bayonets, nor by slings, neither by lances nor by swords, neither by maces nor by stones is he pelt and injured, Vizinstaska imau namnish parshtaska peri v and raska vicenti peri manyoyodruhat vairnai and cha. Drav and nithi and t tsitsia shachakayat and t vispomarke and acha peri dravadat angrite manyat m and nayan ahayatha hazang remnat and m oyam naram iwkshayoit. Hormazd Yash 19 Fortification of manthric vibration against all evil ones. 245 Just as 1,000 men would keep watch over one in the same way these names become a evil of defense, fortification, and dams against the invisible druj, the wicked influences of guild, against the sinful injurer, against the evil spirit which and is all death ivictness. F. Ushi Ahura Mazda and o Yazamaid, Derithre manthra spentahi, kratom Ahura he Mazd lo Yazamaid, Merithre manthra spentahi, Hisva Ahura he Majdo Yazamaid, Fravakai manthra spentahi. Hormazd Yash 28. 1. We attune ourselves with the intelligence of Ahura Mazda in order to grasp the efficacy of mantra spenta. We attune ourselves with the ivastam of Ahura Mazda for the repetition of mantra spenta. We attune ourselves with the vocal power of Ahura Mazda in order to utter forth the mantra spenta. Yatuzi I Zarathustra Vanat Devo Mashiachonm and Nasid Hospitama Zarathustra, Vispodruk Shir Jan Iti, Vispodruk Shir Ntsmiti Yathahanaati Ishtim Vacham. Hoftan Yasht 11, He indeed Zamtalmstra would smite the sorcerer and the Devayuk man. Who indeed is he T Spitama Zarathustra, who when he practices the recital of these words smites all druj and destroys all druj from his house. H. Imcl. Dt Ukdavachao Almra Mazdel, Ashem Monade Vahia Ferveo Kayam D, Thwnm et Ishim Padi and Star Mch and Ferdaksht and Remk and Dade made. Haftan Yasht I9. We repeat, mind of goodness. Ahura Mazda, these uttered words with Ashoy in the we fix thee as the inculcator and teacher of these. I, Janalti Vispashim Angromaniash, Ahm and Iy and Iu and M Perilun and Msha, Yamanam Mantranara, Mazish Teni Mantranam, Vahishtam M, and Anthrana.mf Vahishtot Mem M and Anthran and M Srishtam NM Anthran and MT Srisaldotam MM and Anthran and M, Ugharam M, and Anthran and M, Ugharat Mem Tn and Anthran and Rn, Dirijaram Misanthrana M, Dirijarat Mem M, and Anthranam, R and Rethranam Fa and Anthran and M, V, and Rethraknihot Mem Tm and Anthran and M, Bas Hazem M and Anthran and M, Bishazi /Atimam M and Anthran and M. Ardai Bisht Yash 6. 246 Manthrakur and name of Kordad against 5 main Druhas. 11 All the sorcerers and fairies of the evil spirit are smitten by the Aryamana Mantra, the greatest, the best, the very best, the excellent, the most excellent, the vigorous, the most vigorous, the firm, the firmest, the victorious, the most victorious, the health-giving, the most health-giving of all the mantra. End quote. F and amp, LT. Ashobishazo, D, Antobishazo, Ikaretobishazo, Urverobishazo, Manthiobishazo, Bishas N and Bishaziotmo Yat Manthrem Spentum Bishazio, Yonarsha Shaono Hacha Uridlu and N Base Hazy and T, Bisho Zi Osti Bishazamam Bishazia Tima. End quote. Ardai Bisht Yash 6. End quote. There are jive healings, holiness healing, justice healing, instrument healing, vegetable healing, mantra healing. Mantra healing is the most efficacious of all healings, since it heals with the innermost poiver of a holy man. Indeed, such is the most efficacious of all healings. Lt Yoish and M Divan and M Hazangra and I Hazangro Padish Bivar and I Bivano, Ahan Jash Shafai Ahangshteo Padish Nameni Amishanam Spent Anam Orvat and Tuzi Bayoid, Nasam Janad, Hashi Janad, Yahashi Janad, Seni Janad, Buza Janad. End quote. Kordad Yash 2. He who repeats the name of Khcrd and D out of the Amisha Spenta smites these 5 devas viz, Nasu, Hashi, Gashi Seni and Buzi out of these thousands and millions and innumerable devas. End quote. 1. Dajdi. End quote. Ahm and Kem Tad Hyapfam, Yas Thw and Yns and Mahi, Shura, Urvadi D and Tan and M Sravang and M, Ishtim, Amem, Virithraknam, Habangha, Ashavastem Shah, Hasravangam, Hurunancha, Mastim Sp, and No, Vidhancha, Varethraknarn Kaya Hurad and Tem, Vanantim Shah Yuparatam. Yamashehi Vahishvehi, Pati Parshtincha Mantra. Mayaryash 33. Word of Ahan of our most victorious if any Kanji 24? End quote. Brave Mayar give unto us that reward of our broadly offered prayers which we ask of thee spiritual wealth, courage, victory, good being, holy existence, good glory, good soul, greatness, wisdom, knowledge, Ahura created victory, the overpowering superiority oj best holiness, and the inner meaning of rules of mantra spenta. End quote. Nd. End quote. M. Ashavad frivakastamo, ho varethra vastamo, manthro spento maniaean druip. Nisbarishto, ahano vario vachain varethrajan stima, arshukto vakshara d varethrajan stem asterisk. End quote. Srashyas Kadak 3. Man the holy. End quote, is the best sayer of benediction, he is the most victorious by means of victory. Mantra spenta is the best expiler of the invisible druj, Ahanavar is the most victorious of words, the rightly spoken word is the most victorious in any undertaking. N. Uktam. End quote. Yaskjada, Zamtwalisha imat vacho, Ferveokliat N and amp, Lt, IV and amp, Lt, \endari vj asha, Ara t manangha, Ashasara vacha nyha, Ashasara shiadilma, Maso vt Maso v, Wantika esho, Jash shapo vd tent jifiado and amp, Lt, Ipo apid wanarido, Apm vtf narayanim padi pirtush, Patlatum vd padi v sharantio, Nardm vd ashayandmli and jamanili dravatum vd durav nandm handwaran and ish. Kalimi kalimikliat vd apyagim, Kalimi komikit vd aratliyanam thwace holit ikad, Noit dim yava anc/lian, Noit enelwo jash shapo, Dre du zertuzarano manozazardno, Askibiata for spashtichin avi, Ava spaschwayat noit yad hali vizovadli wiehi tbisho ferdenslitic jil ferdchenwit. End quote. Srash yasht hadak 4, 5. Man woman, if any an amp, Lt, or Zarathustra, were to recite this uttered word, with the mind of surpassing holiness, with the word of surpassing holiness, with the deed of culminating holiness in deep waters, in great danger, on a misty dark night, on the bridge of navigable waters, on zigzag perplexing ways, in the assemblies of holy men, or in the gatherings of wicked and Diviganians, in any calamity whatever, at any ominous time of fright in danger he or she trill not be perceived by the wicked, oppressive, injurer and annoyer with sight of both the eyes that day and night, nor evil he nor she be visited by the ill proceeding from a robber of strong band. 248 Mant lyra spenia is superior to all at fear created, o, ulmadat chat, Zarathustra, imat uktam, vacho t framrudo yat jast, kir sashagadatush shadavaska hanvirmana, dat dravatum. Devayak myetush shadid tumatum, perikatiska parakavatum tv show fratir and n fradver and n New York and ancho devane ancho deve enjo, zafir ava ge ervadin atha arsiri hyan tug. End quote, Srash Yasht Hadak 6. End quote, Zarathustra thou shouldn't recite this very word, when the opponents, bandits, devas come along running towards thee, also when the ill proceeding from the wicked Dematiankras, sorcerers, enchanters, fairies, and those belonging to fairies frighten and attack thee, devas become annulled, the devatuners become nullified, and in this way the mouths of the injury inflictors are tied up. End quote, p. End quote, Vispusraashasi ashihi takamehi tanu manprahi, takamehi. Ham veritivato, bajushe azang ho, radhakshta kamirad hojanodavanam. End quote, Srash Yasht Hadak 19. An amp, lt, e entirely powerful holy Srasha of Manthrabadi, powerful, all courageous having strength of loth arms, heroic, smiter of the heads of devas. End quote, q. End quote, Kirpem Manthra Spenta he Yazamade. End quote, Srash Yasht Hadak 22. We form. End quote, attune ourselves with the of Manthra Spenta. End quote, r. Taa Timrat Ahura Mazda bdtv tad fram ravni aravo ashdum spidama, Manthro Spento yo ashkarendo, tad osti Manthra Spenta he ar-am, tad frajshtum, tad vichitham, tad thainan guntum, tat verekani huntum, tat yaljish timtum, taradtum any and ish ddmdn. End quote, Rashni Yash 2. Ahum. End quote, then Mazda said Rikishus holy spidama, verily one shall declare it to thcc, it is Manthraspenta of immense luster, it is the rightly formed Manthraspenta which is prosperity rendering, discriminating, glory giving, power giving, and superior to other created things. End quote, Ifravan of Ahura Mazda is Manthraspenta. 249, f and amp, lt, Vispandam Shadangam Varyanam Fravishind Midha Yazamate Fravisham of Dranydm Ahura he Majdo, Inadisht, and Inchat, Vahisht Tidm Shat, Srishtm Ha, Krajnishtm Shat, Jakrathvishtam Shat, Hukareptamdm Shat, Ashat Apanotimdm Shat, Yenghi Irva Manthro Spento Orusho Reokshno Frateris Ro, Kir Paska Idoreth Vaiatai Srerdo Amishan and Spandm V Crest and O Amishantm Spentandm. Verkshayatam or Vataspem Yazamade * Fravardan Yasht 80, 81, fl. Of all these advanced Fravishis we attune ourselves with this Fravaski i.e. of Ahura Mazda, which is the greatest, best, most excellent, most firm, wisest, most well-shaped, foremost in Ashoy, whose Irvan or soul is Manthraspenta, white, shining and lustrous. We attune ourselves with the beautiful efficacious forms of Amisha spent as Oleacli Ahura Mazda has formed, and we attune ourselves with the horse speedy Sunday, t. End quote, ynhmi po/divispem manthramashem sravovis ruyata * fravardan yash 91. End quote. Zarathustra, in whom the entire holy mantra word was ringing or vibrating. End quote, u. End quote. Madioim and Anghehi dr and Stihiad Haasheonoa Shimsha Frava * Shimsha Yazamade, Yopoirio Zarathustra and Imanthrem Chagushtas Tsindiska. End quote, lt. We attune ourselves with the Yusk Fravashi here of Holy Madioma of Erasti who vms the first to hear the mantra and canons from Zoroaster. End quote, v. End quote, Ayamna Ahura Mazda, Sraashiska Ashyasura, Manthrachas Spenta Vijasha, Yo Vidavo Vidavahi Ashto Mazd and O Ahura he, Yam Zarathustro Frarinaat HV and Vantam Anghav. Estvati. Fravardan Yasht 146. May. End quote, the Fravishis of the Holy Bee, hearing through Ahura Mazda, through Holy Brave Sraasha, and through the Noi and our Manthraspenta, which is entirely opposed to Deva and is the messenger of Ahura Mazda, and which Zarathustra regarded equal to himself in devotion in the corporeal world. W. Bahá'í Tika Eshi Yazamaid, Msha Bizdmsha, Zantu *ninja, Daki Yunam Sha, No, Vishano, Zantashano, Dame Huskano, Asho Angno, Manthro Urbo. Anghano, 9 Vang Hush No. Fravardan Yasht 15L82 250 Afuna Far is Zarathustra's weapon against Angba. We attune ourselves with the most advanced in law belonging to houses, families, provinces, and countries, who are worthy of house, family, province, and country, who are Asho incarnate, Manthra incarnate, perfect in soul, good incarnate in totality. Mam, X, Yazi. Yashtok Krtnavniism te vacha framrotni mazdata karinangban tabi shazia, yatha thwdm noitorvade angro maniash. Porurnarko, noited tavo, noited tumdo, noitavo, nadhamashia. Ernyash 56. MLF//1 made attuned, I must utter forth for thy sake the word full of aura and health, so that neither the evil spirit full of death nor sorcerer nor enchanter nor diva nor man can hurt thee. Why? Hauma heka nemo manthra eka ashayanika Zarathustra he. Ashish Vang Yash 6. Salutation to Hauma, Manthra and Holy Zarathustra. Z, and Amp, Lt. Yehist the Kliavakshayaka apa drarit angro maniash hachazamat, Yatpat Hanado, Screenado, Duripi, and Rayao, Idi Davida ho I/o dust and o angro maniash porimarco, Noit mam Visp mam yazit and ung ho anusantum fra orchinta, and at evo Zarathustro anusant mapiatai. Jainti mam ahana v area ababit mam snathishayatha is malkato mas no, fapiatai ashavahishta m, and nayan ahayatha iakshustem. Rikomi Hachaang and Ozamat Mam Vang Ho Kiranayatai Tyo Evo Zamiatai Yo Spi and Mo Zarathustro. Ashish Vang Yash 19, 20. Ey Zarathustra, by whose bid th and growth the evil spirit ran away from the earth, which is broad, circular and width in area. The evil knowing evil spirit full of death bawled out thus to the Yazids have not crushed me in accordance with their wish, but Zarathustra alone surpassed me in accordance with his wish. He Ahana smites me with weapon far, as big and amp, Lt, as a stone slab, he scorches me Ivath Ashavahishta just like metal, he my accomplishes very well removal from this earth, only he i.e. Spitama Zarathustra expels me /Manthra spenta the self-indicative of Mazdayasnian law. 251, Xi, Ahunam Yahiram Yazamaid, Ashem Vahishtam Srishtam Amatham Spentam Yazamaid, Vacha Arshukdavi and Rithraknish Base Hazish Yazamaid, Base Hazish Vacha Arshukdavi and Rirag Finish Yazamaid, Manthra Spentadana M and Zidayakni How Machinam Yazamaid, Aryanam Kareno Yazamaid. Ashtad Yashtate. We attune ourselves with Ahanavar, we attune ourselves with the most beautiful Amishas Spenta Ashavahishta, we attune ourselves with the victorious, health-giving, rightly spoken words, to attune ourselves with the health-giving, victorious, rightly spoken words, we attune ourselves with Manthra Spenta, the Mazdayasnian love's own landmark, we attune ourselves with the Aryana aura. 22, Aatte evo ahano vario yamashavani tun Zarathustram frasruaya 6 bareth vantam shturam aparam krajdaya ya frasrudi zamaraguza avazat visrajadava ikni ya avamaya. Jamayad yasht 81. Ahana then that var alone which holy Z and Zarathustra chanted forth, which afterwards he sang loudly spreading its vibrations in 4 directions, carried all the devas deep into the earth unworthy of attunement and devotion. SS, Sruto Aryeni Vyaja he turned Baurio Zarathustra ahunam varam frasra and veo 6 bareth vantams turam aparam krazdhaya ya frasrudi, turns amargozo akaranavo visp deva Zarathustra, yulpara ahm and t virorayod ha apatan patel and yazima. Hornyasht 14, 15. well known in Aryanavayagya thou wast the first, Zarathustra to chant forth the Ahanavar widely in all the four directions, and then recited it louder still, thou madest all the devas buried Zarathustra deep into the earth, who before this time were abiding in shape of men on this earth. 5. Other Avesta in genial. A. Isho and quote, Zi vakshir Zarathustra arazukto fram rav and no avacho ahano verjo frakto amaheka varethrakna eka urunikadanichis spanvanti and quote, Hadak nask I 4. 252 Yamanishi mantra next to 5 gathas in efficacy. And quote, verily that rightly spoken word, Zarathustra, which is Ahanavar recital word increases courage and victory in the soul and conscience of the reciter and quote, b, and quote, Yamana Mishimashavana Mishahi Radam Yamade, Amarantam Vikrithra and Jainam, Vidpashangam Vispatlace and O Tanravayantam, Vispafpish and O Titarantam. Yo Apimo, Yo Madhemo, Yo Fatima, Zayaziz Wiktaro M and Anthram Punchaji and TLNO and quote, Havan Ga 6. We and quote, attune ourselves with Aryaman Ishi prayer the Holy Lord of Asha which is full of courage, victorious, removing ills, shattering all worries, and cancelling all calamities, which is besides the mantra of 5 gathas, the first, the mediocre and the last vibration for calling forth for help and quote, c, and quote, Fshushem Shah Manthram Yazamade, Arsalmel Memsha Vacham Yazamade, Vacha Arshukda Yazamade, V and Rithraknish Devoknit Yazamade. Bershnushi Haashehi Yat Vahishtasi, Mazishta Manthra, Mazishta Varazayat, Mazishta Irvathya, Mazishta Hathadrirazayat, Mazishta Vindathya Danadom Jtayaknwash Yazamade. Epathwinga 6, 7. We and quote, attune ourselves with Fshusho Manthra, we attune ourselves with the rightly spoken word, we attune ourselves and quote, by means of the rightly spoken word, we attune ourselves with the victorious, devasmiting words. We and quote, attune ourselves with the most sublime items of Ashavahishtav is the most exalted mantra of Mazdayagnian law, most exalted in practice, most exalted in the efficacy of unfoldment, most exalted in the practice for right, most exalted in attainment and quote, ahunamtanam and quote, d, varimpati. And quote, ahana 11 var protects the body. And quote, srashbach. Efficacy of mantra varies directly with mithra $ashoy. 253 These are sorn of the references from the extant meager Avesta that has been spared to us, for the proof of the fact that mantra and quote, is no ordinary language of everyday use in practical life for social, economic, and other means of communication between one person and another. See from these quotations at least this fact that mantra and quote, or the entire Avesta which has its root cause the Ahu Vario is formulated entirely on the laws of subtle vibrations which pervade throughout the entire cosmos. There is not one thing in the entire universe from the greatest to the smallest, visible or unseen, which is not subject to this fundamental law of vibration or motion, of sound produced by vibration or local energy, and of the color generated by both vibration and sound combined together. All the Avesta passages quoted above will clearly show to a patient reader that there is produced very powerful efficacy of the mere sound of Avesta mantra, and the strength of that efficacy depends on the holiness, requisite with the Avesta mantra recital of the reciter's physical, mental, moral, and spiritual constituents, the efficacy of the mantra recital varying directly with the power of Ashoy possessed by the practitioner of mantra. This efficacy is the greatest in the case of the holy prophet Zoroaster, who as we have seen is able to clear this earth of the devas or worst possible vibrations, formulated by the most abominable demoniac men who practice the worst form possible of black magic, merely by means of the one word of Ahanavar. The efficacy of mantra recital varies with different individuals in proportion to the ashoy observed by them, for mantra or sound based on the law of meditation always cooperates with the mithra or thought energy of the reciter, and the vohu manangha or healthly thought energy is to be found only in one who observes all the canons of ashoy. The ashoy principles aggravate the intensity of subtle right thought power allied with which the Avesta mantra produces its own desired effect. Thought and word always cooperate in Zoroastrian prayers, and although thought vibrations have their own function, and word vibrations have theirs, yet when both are combined together and when the thought force is as supreme and elevated as the mantric 254 rules deducible FKOM the Avestan references to mantra, energy, it produces the precise effect which ought to be produced. Unless these fundamental laws of thought waves and word colors are understood by a student of Avesta, it is quite impossible for him to account for so many Avesta references to Stauda and mantra and the efficacy of Ahanavar and the names of Ahura Mazda. A student of Avesta must know that vibration is at the bottom of the universe, and that life or thought force or energy or divine fire, by whatever name we call it, is all-pervading, and the eternal song celestial which is ever chiming is the original creative force of Ahanavar, parallel to which celestial note runs the powerful word of Yatha Ahuvario, the keynote to all the Avesta mantra in its final efficacy of leading the soul on to unfoldment, whereby to attain Garanmana, the abode of song. Before referring to what the writer of Zoroastrian theology says sarcastically about the prayer effect of the Avesta mantra, we have tried to give a basis to the reader in order to enable to see rightly how the public are kept in oblivion as to the real merits of the landmarks of Zoroastrianism. Shall still further put down all the rules deducible from the quotations given above in order to facilitate the work of the reader of definitely weighing the attitude adopted by the writer of Zoroastrian theology for raising to the ground all the most fundamental and authentic beliefs of the present-day Zoroastrians. These rules may be grouped into some such divisions as I. The origin of the Avesta mantra, /I. The vibration as the basis of the Avesta, 3. The efficacy of the mantra in general, 4. The efficacy of the Ahanavar in special, v. The mantra serving as a powerful weapon against subtle visible or unseen evil influences, and 6. The relation of Avesta mantra with other fundamental things. I. The origin of the Avesta mantra. 1. The mantra has been formed by Ahura for the sake of the soul's unfoldment. 2. The mantra has been revealed to Zoroaster by Mazda when he attains the power spiritual for grasping the basic law of Ahanavar and Stauda, VLB, and Atlan Kaluk as the basis of the Avesta Maktka. 255, 3. Zoroaster, who is Druid-proof, i.e. protected completely by Ashoy against Druj, becomes the apostle of Mazdayasna mantra, and this Gathic fact is again verified by the words Mazdophrasenssta, Zarathustra Phrakta, i.e. communicated by Mazda and declared or preached by Zarathustra, occurring frequently in the Yana. 4. Mantra is the origin itself of the Mazdayasnian law, for the entire universe was formulated after and in accordance with the song celestial Ahana Var. 5. The mantra belongs originally to the three archangels Orvidit, Amrita, and Asha, who preside over spiritual wholesomeness or perfection of soul, immortal bliss or final destination of soul, and divine moral order, the summum bonum or the final desideratum for the entire manifested universe. 2. The vibration as the basis of the Avesta mantra. 1. The law of universal attunement, so frequent in the Avesta, can only be understood by the help of the law of vibration, which is the fundament of the universe. The attunement with one's own soul and Fravashi, the blessed attunement with Ahura Mazda, Zarathustra, waters, plants, Amisha Spentas, with Mantra Spenta, with the living creation, with the entire existence, can be achieved only by means of higher vibrations and colors produced by these vibrations, the law fundamental of the structure of the entire Avyata mantra. 2. The reiteration of the idea of absorption, grabbing and catching the Mantra Spenta, the Hashem Vohu, the Anahaftain Haiti and other efficacious mantras proves that the Avesta mantra is entirely based on the laws of subtle vibrations produced by thought and sound. 256 Spirit of mantra comprehensible by the vibration laws. 3. The various rules according to which the Ahunavadi Gatha has been composed and chanted, which are enumerated very often in the Avesta, indicate that vibration is at the basis of all Avesta mantra, and the aura of Mantra Spenta so often spoken of in the Avesta is the Stauda effect produced by the vibrations of mantra recital. 4. The law of efficacy in the mere recital of the names of Amisha Spentas, which is set forth in the Avesta, points to the law of vibration of sound working unseen in all Avesta mantra recitals. 5. the names of Ahura Mazda and other Amesha when properly recited become a defense and a fortifying wall against the unseen currents of Druj and evil spirit. This idea can only be explained and understood on the ground of the law of waves of vibrations of sound. The vibrations and colors resulting from the recital of those mantric names expel, repel, and dispel all the undesirable thought or word vibrations lurking and hovering about a person. 6. That mantra is formulated only by means of the fundamental rules of acoustic vibrations is again pointed out when it is said that special intelligence, special wisdom, and special vocal power, which are as it were pertaining to Ahura Mazda, are necessary for the understanding, recital, and utterance of mantra spenta. This proves the difficulty of understanding the underlying spirit of Avesta mantra without the help of the laws of stauda and vibration according to which the mantra is formulated. The special vocal power for the practice of mantra prayers requires the precision and exactness in the pronunciation of all the proper mantra with a certain necessary spiritual potency resulting from the observance of all the rules of Ashoy. Zoroaster and Zarathustra both mantra-bodied. 257, 7. The formation of mantra on the basic rule of vibration produced by sound and thought is again proved by the saying that mantra healing is the best of all the 5 kinds of healings and that it requires the inmost spiritual power of a holy person to employ mantra healing, for only such a person can be best in producing the required acceleration of the mantra uttered by him. 8. That Ahanavar protects the body and that Zoroaster is mantra-bodied can never be properly understood unless the staudic laws of colors produced by sound vibrations is admitted to be the basic law of the composition of mantra. 9. The attunement with the kirpa or form of mantra spenta desired in prayers is the keynote to the explanation of the law of vibration and color which produces the exact unseen form in the subtlest states of ether on account of the vibration effect underlying all the mantra. 10. The connection of mantra with the sun which is the center of all stauda and vibrations and the fact that the soul of Ahura is mantra spenta itself can only be properly understood when the law of vibration working in the soul and in the mantra is firmly believed in and followed in practice. 11. The holy mantra rings entirely within Zarathustra and it is quite clear that Zarathustra who was in tune with Zoroaster, who was in fact Tanu mantra or mantra-bodied must have his entire person thrilling and vibrating with the higher vibrationary colors of the Avesta mantra, of which he was the sole compositor, having grasped all the laws of stauda as they are working in the spiritual realms for the song seals tile of Ahanavar / 258 practitioners of mantra Abe associates of, 12, the immense luster of mantra and the superiority of mantra over all other created things suggests naturally the higher rate of vibration and color fused into these charms, which are regarded as the food and apparel of the soul, which alone on account of their superior vibration will help the soul onward in its march of unfoldment and the final attunement with Ahura Mazda through unison with Ahana Vari. The efficacy of mantra in general. 1. The mantra is termed genuine riches when it is associated in practice with Ashoy, for Ashoy leads to attunement with Zoroaster who is Tanu mantra and Amp, LT, and the practice of mantra accompanied by attunement of Zoroaster is regarded as most powerful in its result. 2. The genuine practitioners of mantra are endowed with an influx of intuition by Zoroaster himself, for Arnarita or bliss eternal is attainable only by means of mantra which are most efficacious when practiced with Ashoy. Hence it is necessary that mantra which is the fundamentum of life ought to be practiced, meditated and uttered as Zoroaster himself did on the lines of Ashoy. Such a practitioner of mantra with Ashoy and devotion is a real friend and associate of Zoroaster, for he cones by the higher spiritual wisdom of Bohu Manangha which enables him to reveal all the reigns or cipher language of the mantra. Such a practitioner is always happy, for he declares the underlying hidden meanings of mantra to others, and Mazda always gives bliss to such a practitioner of mantra, who in turn becomes a transmitter of that bliss to others who deserve it. Hence very often the blissful return of the practice of mantra is longed for by a devotee who styles himself a genuine practitioner of stauda and mantra, yatha, ashini, yenghi, protection, order, attunement. 259-3, since mantra is a power necessary Ashoy and with vice versa, mantra must be practiced for the sake of mantra charm, just as ashoy must be practiced for ashoy's sake, and both of these cooperating together lead the soul on its line of unfoldment and latent spiritual development. 4. Just as Ahanavar is the word of protection and sustenance, and Hashem is efficacious in establishing readjustment and order, in the same way Yenhi Hatam is the word of attunement universal, and Ariyaman is regarded as the charm of very great potency, the word which stands first, mediocre and last after the 5 gathas which are chanted by Sraush himself on account of their great styotic efficacy, and the prayer effect of Yakna Haftang Hadi when accompanied with the accuniment of Sraasha through Ashoy is of a very marked character. 5. On account of the great vibrationary and acoustic efficacy, Mantra Spenta gives and propagates perfect aura all around. Mantra Spenta is the law itself, it is devotion, it is knowledge, it is all in all, the one thing desirable for helping on the progress of the soul in unfoldment. It is for this great efficacy of mantra that the mantra uttered by Sashyants with Humata, Hakta, and Varshta help to advance all the settlements or existence, for they spread worthy forces and currents by their peaceful holy vibrations and colors. The angel horn also recognizes this fundamental superiority of mantra over any other vibration, for he follows this superiority in order to attune himself with Sraasha. 6. Ahura Mazda, Amisha Spentas, and Yazatas and all other unseen forces are propitiated only by the medium of mantra, for it is the connecting link between the devotee on one side and the unseen intelligence on the other, for direct attunement by means of vibration and 260 attunement with Ahanavar leads to best existence. Color the fundamenta universes. Hence it is seen that direct attunement with Vshusho mantra, with mantra of the Mazdayasnian law, which is most powerful in practice, unfoldment and attainment, is longed for by the Zoroastrian worshipper. 7. The efficacy of mantra is best revealed when mantra is regarded as the direct messenger coming from Ahura Mazda, and when mantra is honored equally with Ahura Mazda by Zarathustra. This vibration effect of mantra works as a grand medium in attunement with Sraasha and Ahura Mazda for bringing the frabishis of the holy for help wherever and whenever desired. Hence it is said that the word of mantra does its function at any time or place or in any danger and asserts its original essential efficacy. 8. Even the mere names of Ahura Mazda are regarded as most courageous, victorious, aura-giving, healing, and expelling worries, on account of the charming efficacy of the mantra's sound vibration and color. 9. That mantra spenta has its own function in producing its own efficacy is testified by the yearning of the devotee for an explanation of the working of the efficacy of mantra from the angel Mater. 4. The efficacy of the Ahanavar in special. 1. The Ahanavar or the song celestial going on eternally from the very first existence as the result of the primum mobile or the first eternal motion is the ultimate desideratum of all the souls, for the soul is taken into the best existence by Ahura Mazda, if it is in attunement with Ahanavar by means of the chanting of the Yatha-ahu Varyo, the word pertaining to and corresponding to Ahanavar according to the laws of Styoda, and with the practice of Ashoy, Yatha-ahu Vabhya sustains attunement with Ahana-Vab. 261. 2. Ahanavar is the sound creative of the entire universe, for the entire best manifestation takes place as soon as Ahanayar is chanted by Ahura Mazda. This proves that Ahanavan is at the bottom of every created thing visible or unseen, and the evolution or unfoldment implies therefore the direct and conscious attunement of the unfolding soul with this Ahanavar, the very first and foremost vibration. Hence Ahanavar implies the permanence of Mazdayasnian law, or the law guiding the original manifestation of the entire universe, and as long as the immutable law of the cosmos is permanent, so long is Ahanavar permanent and vice versa. 3. The word pertaining to Ahanavar, viz. the Yatha-ahu, Varyo, is capable of producing colors and vibrations which enable the reciter thereof to attune himself with the celestial song of Ahanavar, and this word protects the reciter from the attacks of unseen druha or evil forces. This word is regarded as the most glorious and most triumphant, for it is the word which adds to courage and triumph in the soul and conscience of the truthful reciter. It is the word par excellence, the prototype in the articulate form of the unseen and inaudible celestial vibration of Ahanavar. This word, when chanted by holy Zoroaster in various ways according to the laws of Stauda, helped him to shatter the gross vibrations created by devas or evil men and wicked spirits when materialism reached its highest point. The word becomes a very mighty weapon of Zoroaster against Ahriman the archdemon. V. The mantra serving as a powerful weapon against subtle visible or unseen evil forces. 1. Druha or evil magnetic influences can be driven away and done away with by meeting the same with Ashoy and the mantra of the word of Ahura Mazda, the entire Avesta mantra molded and given by Ahura Mazda in the one keynote of Yatha Ahu Vario. 262 mantra as weapon of Sriyasha, Ramdi, Zarathustra. 2. Since the mantra has the vibrationary effect of overwhelming and destroying the undesirable vibrations and colors which hinder the unfoldment progress of the soul, several of these mantra which are most powerful in their efficacy, such as the Ahanavar, the Haftain Haiti, the Fshusho mantra and some Yakna chapters, are employed by the angel Srasha as his own weapons against the Druha, especially the enemy of Srasha, viz., the Ishma Druha, which is the Archdruha. Similarly, Ahanavar, Ashavahishta, and Yenhi Hadern, the three fundamental mantras of the first-rate importance, are desired to work their efficacy throughout earth and sky for smiting and repelling the evil spirit. Aryaman, which is the most excellent mantra, is most powerful in crushing and shattering the evil spirit. 3. The mantra effect of the names of Ahura Mazda and Amishaspentas works against all sorts of ills proceeding from the evil spirit, against worries, fairies, plague, instruments, etc., etc. The name of Kordat, especially when repeated, is a very powerful weapon for smiting the evil influences proceeding from the Druj Nasu, Hashi, Gashi, Seni, and Buji, which are all most malignant magnetic currents arising out of the evil thoughts, evil words, and malpractices of wicked persons and vicious devas. The names R.F. all Amishaspentas are very efficacious weapons against Isham and other foulest vibrations, and hence the necessity of repeating these every now and then. Even the angel Urn has to repeat words for the sake of Zoroaster and in order to protect him from the evil spirit. The Ahanavar and Ashavahishta, when employed by Zarathustra, work like stone and fire against Ahriman. It was only by means of the Ahanavar word that Zoroaster was able to bury the evil vibrations of devas deep into the earth. In fact, the destruction of Druj by means of mantra law of Stauda in Kusti, Hauma, Sun, Manthva, and Zabathush Ba 263 Spenta, and the function of mantra spenta to expel most successfully the invisible Druha prove that mantra spenta is the weapon for removing evil from the path of unfoldment of the soul, and very often the words for smiting the devas are pertaining to Kshatravirya and metallic weapons, and this idea points to the effect of mantra spenta in removing evil vibrations. 6. The relation of Avesta mantra with other fundamental things. Lastly, we have to notice the relation of Kusti or the sacred thread girdle, Hauma, and mantra, of the sun, and well-practiced mantra, the relation of Hauma, Zarathustra, and mantra. These, when closely studied, point to the conclusion that TTTE mantra are based on the laws of Stauda or colors produced by the vibrations of sound, which have the sun as their central ruling force. The Hauma plant is the grabbing force in ceremonials, and Kusti is the force for grabbing mantric vibrations for the follower of Zoroastrian religion who binds the sacred thread girdle and then recites the Avesta mantra, and Zarathustra is the author of all these mantra. Thus we have tried to make out some main principles governing the Avesta mantra from the ideas still to be obtained in the extant Avesta texts, none of which can be laid aside as non-Zoroastrian. Now we shall devote our attention to what the writer of Zoroastrian theology says re Avesta mantra prayer. These views of the writer may be divided into two parts, namely, some views from the extant Avesta texts, and the writer's own cynical comments. As for the first, or the views quoted from the extant texts, the reader's attention is drawn to p. 39, where the writer explains what prayer implies. He says, and quote, homage, invocation, sacrifice, and the outpouring of prayer are the various expressions of the inward longings of man to commune with the divine, and enter into mutual intercourse with Helniti. These are outlets through which man pours forth his heart to the fountain of all 264 writer's ignorance of the spirit of Zoroastrian prebes. Bounty. The individual who surrenders himself to the unseen powers, who kneels down in humility at the altar, who with uplifted hands pays homage to the hidden forces behind the rising sun or the waxing moon or the roaring ocean, and who carries an offering to the fire or a libation to the waters is psychologically greatly affected. Such attitudes of spirit have great subjective value, for they deeply influence man's character. Prayer is the highest type of expression through which man conveys to God's heavenly Father his feelings of joy or sorrow, gratitude and love, hope and fear, or in his hunger and thirst for the divine grace lays down his grievances before him, confesses his guilt, craves for help, seeks mercy. Devotion is the first requisite. Mere muttering of a few formulas with lips, while the heart does not pulsate with devotional fervor, is no prayer. Where there is no such prayer, there is no devotion, and where there is no devotion, there is no religion. End quote. These words show that the writer has not understood properly the spirit underlying Zoroastrian recital of prayers. Although he uses the words commune with the divine and * enter into mutual intercourse with him, the hidden forces and devotion, he does not seem to understand the spirit of these expressions. He takes a very superficial and superfluous idea of talking about arcal, mental or material in the form application or thank to God by means condition physi of complaint or of prayers. This is certainly not the Zoroastrian idea of prayer. Zoroastrian prayer does not imply any sort of solicitation for the gratification of our material desires. The Zoroastrian prayer does not mean conveying of our own materialistic thoughts to the divine. The Zoroastrian prayer implies the necessity of ashoy or practice of holy canons of life, and good mind resulting from ashoy, and along with these two necessary forces amda and ie conscience, which can be developed only by ashoy practice. With these first requisites the devotee has to learn all the primary thoughts attached by Zoroaster to each and every Avesta word, and these thoughts are not at all the same as raw philological meanings attached by our imagination to the Avesta words. With a knowledge of these original thoughts, the Zoroastrian prayer means uttering of the sacred Avesta mantra with these original thoughts running simultaneously through a muttering of Mania. 265 The good mind resulting from the holy eight conscience and ashoy. There are rules of the recital of Avesta mantra according to the various seasons of the year, and the various departments of life to which the reciter belongs. These Avesta mantra, when recited properly with a simultaneous flow of higher thought vibrations pertaining to them, produce certain vibratory color effects upon the soul and bring the soul to a level of response to the vibrations and colors of all other angels and archangels, through Sriyasha leading this channel up to Ahura Mazda through the connecting link of Ahanavar or song celestial. Such a deep meaning has been attached to Avesta mantra prayer by Zoroaster, and not that of a vehicle of carrying our worldly ideas to the Godhead. The writer seems to ridicule the mere muttering of sacred formulas on account of his ignorance of the structure and composition of the Avesta mantra on the basis of Sthoda laws. The mere muttering has the great vibration effect which is complete when the reciter's life leading has been on the lines of ashoy and good mind and eight conscience. However, the writer seems to have noticed the word effect in the Avesta. On p. 41 he says from Gatha 31:6 that end quote, Orvidat Aud Amorotate have their sacred mantras or formulas, and he who pronounces these gets the best reward. End quote. Then, with his usual tendency of showing diffidence and disbelief in the N-amp, LT, later Avestan texts, he says on p. 76 end quote, rather than dealing with the righteousness of Ashavahishta and the perfection of Orvidat, the later texts expatiate upon their healing powers by means of the recital of various formulas of magical efficacy and the spells to drive away the demons of disease and death. This general tendency of drifting towards the concrete and material in religion is the characteristic feature of the times. End quote. This again reveals the speculative tendency of the writer about the younger Avesta not being Zoroastrian, and hence he doubts the fact of the efficacy of recital of mantra only because it is to be found in the so-called younger Avesta. On p. 84 he says that end quote, the holy spell is the soul of Ahura Mazda * 266 extant Avesta testimony to the efficacy of Ahun Avav. As quoted from Fravardia Yasht about the Amisha spent as that 81. On p. 87 he says end quote, their sacred names are the most mighty, most glorious, and the most victorious of the spells. To utter their names is synonymous with efficacy and power. End quote. In spite of this, he remarks on p. 84 about Ahura Mazda that end quote, his multifarious epithets are truly the figurative expressions of human language used by man in his feeble attempt to give vent to an outburst of the feelings of devotion and reverence for his heavenly Father. End quote. How contradictory is the second statement of that on p. 87. The writer seems to believe that the later Avesta has been written by some human being, not Zoroaster, and hence the terms human which end quote, attempt language, end quote, feeble end quote, etc., repeal nothing but sheer ignorance of the writer of Zoroastrian theology about the entire Zoroastrian religion. Then on p. 102 he says with reference to Sriyasha from Yana 57:22 that the end quote, sacred formula Ahana Virya and the other consecrated spells are his ivkapons end quote. On p. 151 he, eyes from Vendidad 19:9 that C** Ahura Mazda created the sacred spell Ahana Virya in TV boundless time. End quote. The power of the song celestial or the law of original vibration is described on p. 159 from Yajna 19:15 that at end quote, the beginning of the creation the recital of Ahana Virya by Mazda put Ingra Manu to flight. End quote. The vibratory power of mantra is again alluded to on p. 161 on the authority of Frabardan Yash 90, Srash Yash 6, XX Vendidad 13 and Yaknaji thus. The end quote, faithful recite the holy spells to dispel the demons. Zarathustra himself, at the outset, baffled them by uttering the holy word. As stated elsewhere, these evil spirits are put to flight at the recital of Ahana Virya, Gathic stanzas, and the other spells, and the drinking of the consecrated Hauma, moreover brings destruction to them. End quote, demons destroyed by the mere recital of holy spells. 267 Similarly the writer refers to the vibratory power of mantra OUP 166 from Hormuzd Yash 10:11. Ahura end quote, Mazda accordingly advises Zarathustra to recite the divine names when he wishes to rout the malice of any such apostate. End quote, Taromati end quote, or the feminine demoniacal impersonation of heresy, and counterpart of Spenta Armati is to be smitten by the recital of the sacred formulas, she will flee away as soon as the Ariyaman Ishya prayer is uttered. 1 As said on p. 167 from the Ardibiyasht Yasht 8:11-15. Then again on p. 170 he says from Yadalar Nax 8 Ashish Yang Yasht 5 and Vendidad 11:9 that, men see and amp, lt, intoxicating drinks incite to embrace Ishma or the demon of wrath, but recital of the holy spells helps to dispel him. End quote. Still further instances of the efficacy of the recital of Avesta mantra are to be found. On p. 173 the writer says on the authority of Ardibiyasht Yasht 5, Srash Yasht 6, Vendidad XX, 12, Hormuzd Yasht 1, 10, 11 that Ahana the end quote, recital of Virya and Aryama Ishya prayers rout the fairies. Zarathustra asks Ahura Mazda to declare that divine name of his by the utterance of which he may smite the demons and fairies. Ahura Mazda thereupon declares that the recital of his holy names is most efficacious for rooting the evil ones, end quote. On p. 263 while referring to the things which put Druj to flight, he says from Dinkard that the end quote, recital of the holy spells man end quote, will drive Druj out of. Then there is one important reference on p. 175 under the heading for the recital of the sacred formulas on the deathbed of man helps his soul when it leaves the tenement of the body, end quote, and this very evidently indicates the vibration efficacy of Avesta he recitals. Says end quote, bodily death liberates the soul for a higher life. This period of the separation of the body and soul is momentous, it is full of fear and distress. In its utter bewilderment the soul seeks help. The recital /F single Hashem Yahuwah, pronounced by a man at the last moments of his life, is worth the entire zone inhabited by man, and does him incalculable good. End quote. 268 Recital of Hashem Value at the expiation op1's life. X on p. 165 on the authority of Vendidad 7, 3, 9, 1, 12. The writer refers to the vibration efficacy of mantra in removing the druj from a dead body. He says, and quote, immediately after the death of an individual, when the soul leaves the body and decomposition sets in, the druj nasu comes flying from the north in the shape of a despicable fly, and takes possession of the corpse. She is expelled, however, when a dog or the corpse-eating birds have gazed at the dead body, and when certain pious formulas have been recited. In reply to the inquiry how one may best drive away the druj nasu that rushes from the dead and defiles the living, Ahura Mazda bids the faithful to recite the holy spells. When the purificatory rites have been performed and the sacred formula tittered upon the one defiled by the dead, the druj nasu becomes weaker and flees from one part of the body to the other, until finally she vanishes towards the northern regions. End quote. All such references made by the writer from the extant Avesta texts point out that the writer has in view all these instances of the efficacy of Avesta mantra recital, but he is not able to enlarge upon these on account of his ignorance of the fact that the mantras are framed on the basic laws of vibration and unseen color. The references given by the writer are very few in number when compared with those already given by us above. But these few also will help us to mark the inadvisability of certain cynical views expressed by the writer about the belief in the efficacy of mantra recital. Hence we have naturally to go to the second part, viz., the writer's own cynical comments, but before doing so we shall devote our attention still to the efficacy of spells or mantras spent as pointed out by the writer on pages 115 to 119. These pages have been chiefly devoted to mantra spenta by the writer of Zoroastrian theology. Ave shall quote some important points from these pages in the words of the writer himself. The Gathas spoke of the mantra, the sacred formula or inspired utterance of great spiritual potency. End quote. Writer's own testimony to the efficacy of mantra. 269, 2j. The end quote. Mantras generally indicate the spells of magical charms in the younger Vesta. End quote. 3. Mantra spenta, the embodiment of the holy spell, is invoked along with Dana, the genius of religion, and Vahumana's wisdom. He is invoked to heal the 99,999 diseases created by Ahura Mazda. He is efficacious and the most glorious one. End quote. 4. CL. The collocation mantra spenta occurs more frequently in its ordinary meaning than as the name of the angel presiding over the holy spells. End quote. V. Many trier are C and amp, LT, such spells of various degrees of efficacy. Their conjuring efficacy is very great. They are supposed to have inherent mysterious power of their own, and the mere recital of these magical charms produces marvelous effects. End quote. 6. End quote. The mystical compositions, as such, are credited with some kind of spiritual efficacy, some superhuman power, and through the recitation of them man can avert the baneful influence of the demons. End quote. 7. End quote. The holy spell is the very soul of Ahura Mazda. Whoso pronounces the names of Ahura Mazda by day and by night, on leaving his bed, or while retiring for sleep, or upon leaving his home or his town, is able to withstand the attacks of the demons, and will receive as much succor and help as 1,000 men could jointly give to one man. End quote. 8. End quote. Some of the most excellent, the most mighty, the most efficacious, the most smiting, the most victorious, the most healing, the greatest, and the best of the spells are the Ahanavarya formula, the Aryaman Ishya prayer, the names of Ahura Mazda and of the Amisha Spentas. Saoshyant and his companions will recite the Aryaman Ishya prayer at the time of the renovation of the world. Through its intonation Ahura Mazda and his evil crew shall be hidden in TB earth. There are other sacred formulas of great importance such as the Ashemvohu 270 Ahana Vab, the quintessence of the entire scriptures, and Yenhi Hatam. These are composed in the Gatha dialect and are of rare merit. They are next in importance only to the most sacred formula of all, the Ahana 1 Varya, 9, word the end quote, greatest of all the spells, the par excellence of the Zarathustrian theology, which is constantly on the tongue of the faithful, is the Ahana. It is made up of 21 words, every one of which corresponds to one of the 21 nasalks which make up the complete holy writ of the Zoroastrians. It is the quintessence of the entire scriptures. Ahura Mazda pronounced it when the world was not. Of all the sacred formulas that have ever been pronounced, or are now recited, or which will be recited hereafter, this word that the Lord God has announced to the holy prophet is the best. And victory to the soul, it gives courage. Zarathustra chants aloud this word when the demon Biddy seeks his death, and he puts the fiend to flight by the mere recital of it. With the same word does the prophet repel the evil spirit himself, when he comes to tempt him. 11. The value of the recitation and the intonation of the formula is greatly impaired when it is inattentively chanted with errors and omissions. 12. The most frequently occurring formulas that are repeated in various numbers, as the occasion demands, are the Hashem Vohu and the Ahana Yahirya. The number of times which they are recited varies from 1 to 100,000. 13. The manthrans, or chanters, are those who are privileged to recite the spells. The knowledge of the secret formulas is to be zealously guarded, it is to be imparted only to the veriest few in the closest circle. 14. The potency of such spells greatly lies in their careful and accurate recitation, without omitting any part of the prescribed formulas, or without violating the rigid rules of the manner of chanting. This requires that the reciter conclusion's rewriter's knowledge of mantra effect. 27 leaders should be well versed in the art of exercising, of healing, or in any other function he undertakes to perform with the help of the sacred spells. Teaching a mantra to an infidel is equivalent to giving a tongue to the wolf. 15. Ahriman smites and drives away all kinds of sickness and death, magic, and sorcery. He does not heal by means of herbs and drugs, medicine, and surgery, but 6.y the holy spells. In fact, one of the greatest of such formulas, the Ahriman Ishya, bears his name, and is used to smite all manner of disease and death. From these 15 points we can safely conclude that, a. The writer knows for certain that in the Gathas as well as in all the other Avesta texts extant, the word effect or recital effect or charni effect of mantra is frequently evinced. 1. The writer cannot understand how the mantra possesses the great spiritual potency so long as he is ignorant of or ignores the fundamental laws of vibrations of sound and colors produced thereby. C. The writer is unable to distinguish the Ahanavar or song celestial or the ecstatic music of the first motion started before all creation from the word Wunyatha Ahuvario, which is formulated in order to establish univibranki or attunement with the higher spiritual vibration of Ahanavar. D. The writer is able to see the laws of numbers employed in the frequency of some of the most powerful mantras, and that, in fine, the writer of Zoroastrian theology is aware of the efficacy of the Avesta mantra in general. 2. Having seen the first part, we shall now see the second part, viz. the writer's own cynical comments. 272 Whiten's own cynicism about the efficacy of mantra. On pages 344,345 under the heading The Reformers protested against reciting their prayers parrot-wise in an unintelligible language. The writer gives his own reformed ideas about the method of Zoroastrian prayers. Certainly the views expressed on these pages are very objectionable and undesirable. He says the Vesta language had long since fallen into disuse. It was not a living language, yet the belief in Ida being of celestial origin, the tongue in which Ormuzd addressed his heavenly court, and even that in which Ahriman harangued his ribald crew, had preserved it as the only true vehicle for conveying prayers. This is certainly a cynical view. The Avesta was never a living language of ordinary everyday use. In fact, it has not been a language for the use of social communication. It is framed for producing the vibration effect according to the rules of sound, and at the same time all the laws of nature are exhaustively conveyed by the same mantras when they are deciphered with the help of the laws of Stauda, according to which the mantras are composed from the one word Yatha Ahuvario, The address by Ahriman to his own crew in the same mantric terms has its own vibration effect in the special contexts where it occurs. Just as an unfortunate blind person cannot understand what is sunlight, gaslight, electric light, blue, yellow, red and other colors, in the same way we who are spiritually blind cannot understand the vibration colors and the laws thereof which are at the bottom of the great spiritual potency of the mantras as said in the Gathas. The reader, after he has gone through all the pages of this main head, will be able to convince himself that the Avesta mantra must always be the only true vehicle of Zoroastrian prayers, whatever the pedantic philologist may say against it. Then, under the guise of the words of the reformers to whom the writer himself belongs, he says further, it was meaningless to mumble an unintelligible gibberish which neither the priya himself nor the layman understood. No amount of such formulas would affect the character of the devotees, and recital of mantha is not unintelligible gibberish. 273a. Ennoble their thoughts. Prayer that had no subjective value was no prayer. It failed to awaken any ethical fervor, for a truly devout prayer should spur the spirit within to a higher life. The Orthodox vehemently retorted that the Avestan language was divine, and as such it possessed inherent magical efficacy. Miraculously composed as these Avestan prayers were, they had indescribable objective value, it was claimed, quite independent of the motive of the one who recited them. The mere utterance of the sacred texts, without knowing in the least what they meant, would produce marvelous effect. Such a view would certainly produce a very baneful effect if it proceeds from a man like the writer of the book. If once it is seen that the mantra has the word effect irrespective of the philological meanings, calling the recital of the mantra by the name of gibberish implies unbearable sarcasm of the efficacy of Avesta mantric recital. In the rules of Zoroastrian teachings, higher life of Ashoy is the first requisite for availing oneself of the full vibration and color efficacy of the mantric prayers, and the Avesta mantra has the power of bringing the mental attitude to a certain degree of self-control, and good right thought by the laws of vibration. Every cause has its effect is the immutable law of nature, and the mantra cause according to this same law must have its mantra effect. Very few understand the laws of digestion of food, and yet when food is swallowed the digestion does take place in spite of the eater's ignorance of the laws of digestion. In the same way the mantra when recited produce their own vibration color effect no matter even if the reciter does not understand how the laws of vibration work. It is the hobby of a handful of so-called reformers to get Avesta prayers supplanted by Gujarati or English compositions of their own. In support of their argument they adduce that, there existed already some monajat prayers composed in Persian by some of the learned dasters even in their own lifetime, which the Orthodox were using without any scruple at the end of their daily Avestan prayers, 35 Pazend Persian recitals do not supplant the Avesta. CJ as said on pages 344 to 345. Now the facts is that FCHE Persian poems called monajat were never meant to be substitutions for the Avesta prayers, but they were meant to be supplementary. The ancient dasters understood very well the laws of the vibration efficacy of Avesta prayers, and in order to put some ideal thoughts of Zoroastrian teachings into the Persian language they composed these monajats or Persian praise songs in the same way Pazend compositions of Dastura and Dastura Darbad Marspands such as Paytet, Afrans, Narangs etc. are used actually as prayers side by side with the Avesta recitals. These Pazend prayers are composed by this very well-versed Dastura Darbad, well-versed in all the laws of Stauda, and in all the main fundamental principles of Zoroastrian religion. He was a Dastur observing all the rules of Ashoy in his practical life, and as a result of such observance he had proved his own spiritual development by a number of miraculous ordeals. This Dastura Darbad Marspand with his knowledge of Stauda laws could not have made a breach of these laws while composing Pazend Prayera. Moreover, the Pazend prayers owe their origin to the Pahlavi commentary of the 21 Nasks, which was termed the Zend I Avesta or explanation of the Avesta, and Pazend ideas are taken from this Zend or explanation as the word Pazend i.e. Padi Zend or from the explanation suggests. Hence we conclude that no one in this age has any right to compose prayers in any language, not even in the Avesta, for the composition necessitates in the first place a knowledge of the laws of Stauda or vibration colors on which Avesta is based, and secondly a knowledge of all the principles of Zoroastrian teachings, which can never be present in persons not observing Ashoy principles, XXXIV, for it is said in Gatha 8. Yoan oil Hashem Manyenta Iabiadurk Vohu as Mano. The wisdom of Vohu Mano recedes further from those who do not pay attention to A and Hoy *Avesta vibration efficacy purely Zoroastrian teaching. 275. Lastly, on pages 361 to 362, under the heading of Avestan prayers, however unintelligible, are declared the most efficacious owing to their occult significance. The writer of the book ridicules the vibration efficacy of prayers, thus we Lave already seen the arguments advanced by the reformers against addressing to God prayers in a language unintelligible to the we suppliant. Shall now need only notice the part that the Theosophists have taken in the controversy. The syllables composed in the Avestan texts, they aver, are so mysteriously adjusted to each other in the prayers, that they produce vibrations on the ethereal plane, when pronounced. The potency of such rhythmical sound is so great that, like every good thought that flashes out with strong occult force and sends forth a good elemental / it creates forms in the ethereal world, attracts good elementals, and repels evil ones. Every single sentence conveys an occult meaning, and the prayers composed in the celestial tongue of the prophet and other seers have an unspeakable efficacy conducting to the welfare of the individual concerned, but their renderings into any modern vernacular would make them totally ineffectual as prayers. This is not an explanation given by the Theosophists, but it is, as we have seen in so many text quotations, an idea of the Zoroastrian teachings themselves. The Stauda laws are primarily one Zoroastrian, and the of the Rezen Gathas or occult hidden texts are also primarily Zoroastrian. The writer simply laughs out the idea of the vibration efficacy of prayer, because he believes that such an idea is purely theosophic. The modern theosophy is merely an esoteric side of Buddhism, and we the religion the Vedas. Do not accept all the theoific principles of explanation applied indiscriminately to the teachings of Zoroaster. The laws of vibration effect of mantras may have been explained in the Buddhist scriptures, and we do not borrow these laws and engraft them on our Avesta mantras. What we emphasize is this, that the Stauda laws and the vibration efficacy of the mantra have been originally propounded in the Zoroastrian teachings, and an open mind void of prejudices is necessary for a study of them. It is not a scholarly attitude at all to believe wrongly that the vibration efficacy of prayers is merely a theosophic teaching, and to ignore the existence of this PRI 276 writer's perverse attitude re-efficacy of manthya. Mary law of Avesta mantra as preached in the Zoroastrian teachings on the plea of its having been explained by theosophy or perhaps esoteric Buddhism. Thus we see that although only about 5 pages have been devoted to the sarcastic view of the Avesta prayer efficacy in the book, yet these pages have a very pernicious effect on the readers who are totally ignorant of the original Avesta texts now extant. The subject of the efficacy of Avesta prayers is a very important one, and hence we have treated it under this 6th main head at this length only to convince the reader of the greatness of a subject which is summarily and cynically dismissed by the writer of Zoroastrian theology. T.B. Writer could have treated this subject at some length if he had the mind to do so, and could have given his own honest opinions as to the efficacy of mantric recital in prayers. But the book of Zoroastrian theology is not meant to explain the existing principles in the Avestan texts, but to convey home to the reader that whatever is said in the Avesta texts other than the Gathas is post-Zoroastrian and therefore incredible as purely Zoroastrian teachings. The writer could have drawn right conclusions from what he has said on pages 116 to 119 about mantra spenta, and could have pointed out the efficacy of Avesta mantra as it is positively propounded in Zoroastrian teachings, this efficacy being founded on the primary laws of the existence of the entire universe, the laws of Stauda. 277 Chapter 7. The writer's hodgepodge on the word Magi. We have to select this main head for more than one reason. First, it includes a reference to the sacerdotal order or the priestly class. Secondly, it alludes to some important points of Zoroastrian teachings, and lastly the subject enables the reader to see distinctly the peculiar speculative method of the writer of Zoroastrian theology, who has referred to the subject of the Magi on more than one page of his book, and there is so much confusion worse confounded J made by the author on the subject that it would have been advisable for him not to have spoken about it. On p. 68 he says, Persians thus conquered the earthly possessions of the Medes and the Magi their priests, but they were in turn conquered by the latter in spirit. The Magian victory in the spiritual domain more than made amends for the loss of their temporal power. 2. For the Magi formed one of the 6 tribes of the Medes, and constitute their sacerdotal class. 3. When Cambyses heard of the Magian priest Gautnata's revolt to overthrow the Persian Empire, he exhorted the people never to let their kingdom fall into the hands of the Medes and the Magi. V. Magi were the priests of the Medes, they now became the priests of the Persians. This strengthened their position. No sacrifices were now offered without them. They were held in great esteem, and their exalted position at the court of the kings ensured them a considerable influence over the people. They were looked upon as the wise mediators between man and God, they officiated at the ceremonies, chanted the hymns, sacrificed at the altar, explained omens, practiced divination, expounded dreams, and ministered to the various religious wants of the people. 278 Writer's views re Magi borrowed from foreign writers. Then he continues on p. 69 under the heading The Magi F and Amp, LT, presumably implant the Zoroastrian practices in western Iran as under, v. Seems it, that the Magi took a long time to supplant the religious practices of the Persians by their reform. The two races differed very widely on some of the main religious observances. For example, the Magi held the elements of nature sacred. The earth was to be kept pure from defilement. Hence they exposed the corpses of the dead to be devoured by birds, though the Persians, on the contrary, enclosed the corpses id wax, aud interred them in the earth. The Persians continued this practice for a considerable time, until finally with the complete fusion of the two races they seem to have exchanged burial for the exposure of corpses. On pages 69 and 70 he further says, 6. The disposal of the dead by exposure to the light of the sun, the reverence for elements, fire, water, and earth, the stringent laws for bodily cleanliness, the active crusade against noxious creatures, are some of the salient features of the religious practices and beliefs of the Magi that we glean from the writings of the Greek authors. They comprised a part Magian of the religion. The Magi are depicted to be a very pious class on p. 186 on the authority of other writers. 7. J and Amp, LT, Porphyry mentions on the authority of Eubulus that the Magi are divided into 3 classes, the first and the most learned of which neither kill nor eat anything living. Diogenes Laertius states that vegetables, cheese, and bread form their food, and they content themselves with the plain ground for their bed. Clement of Alexandria mentions a sect of the Magi that observed the life of Cleobase and Amp, LT, on p. 199 the Magi are said to be the leaders of proselytizing movement. 8. Eliseus informs us that this proselytizing movement on the part of the Magi of Sasanian times was not confined to Armenia alone, but extended further to Georgia, Albania, and various other countries. Waiter Ascribed distinction between Magi Phyathrobans. 279 on p. 173 while referring to Perikas or fairies, he refers to the absence of black magic among the Magi. 9. The West has derived the term magic from Magi, the priestly class of the ancient Persians. The Zoroastrian works of all periods, however, detect sorcery as an evil creation of Angra Mainyu. The verdict of the Greek writers regarding this is unanimous. Dino states in his Persica that the Magi abhorred divination by magic, and Sotion on the authority of Aristotle and Dino says that sorcery was unknown among the Magi. Lastly, there is a very long argument upon the two different Magi and Athrobans made by classes called the the writer on pages 67, 70, and 191, where he says emphatically that the Magi have not been recognized in the Avesta. And quote, Athrivans, *he Zoroastrian priesthood of Eastern Iran, Magi, the Zoroastrian priesthood of Western Iran, end quote, are the headings on pages 67 and 68. There he says, end quote, the recognized priest of the Avestan texts is the Ithraran, the fire priest of the Indo-Iranian period. Nature hails Zarathustra at his birth as an Athravan. He is the very first and foremost of the Athravans. Even Ahura Mazda himself takes this term to define one of his own innumerable names. Like their Vedic brethren, the Avestan people divided their society into different professional groups, and the Athravans formed the first of them. Fire was their special charge, and it was their priestly duty to tend the sacred flame in the shrines, and also to go abroad preaching the religion of Mazda. It seems, however, to have been left to a different wing of the sacerdotal community to plant the banner of Zoroastrianism in the western part of Iran, which was destined to become the center of a great civilization and the seat of an empire far greater in political importance than that which obtained among the eastern Iranians. Not long after the death of Vishtaspa, the royal patron of Zarathustra, the kingly glory left the eastern line of the Iranian kings and flew to the west. With the shifting of the political sphere of influence, the center of religious authority gravitated towards the west. Religious influence radiated from this ecclesiastical center, and the Magian neighbors were possibly the first to imbibe the new ideas and gradually to spread them among the Medes and later among the Persians. 280 Writer S. Denial of the recognition of Magi in the Avesta. Similarly on p. 70 he goes on and quote, the Magi, it seems to us, borrowed the religious practices and beliefs from the Athravans at some remote period. No data, however, are available to help us in our task of ascertaining when this took place. That the Magi introduced them in western Iran is universally accepted. Moreover, a school of eminent Western scholars who uphold the theory of the Mayan origin of the Avesta, claim that these religious practices originated with the Magi. They are the characteristic features of the Magian faith, which, we are told, during the period of their ascendancy the Magi foisted upon Zoroastrianism the whole of the Vendidad. It is claimed, savors of their spirit, nay, it is their work. End quote. Then on the same p. 70 under the heading the C and Amp, LT, internal evidence of the Avesta militates against the theory of the Magian origin of the sacred texts, end quote, he enlarges upon the distinction between the Magi and the Athravans thus, end quote, with the exception of a solitary passage namely Yachna 65:7 presumably a late interpolation, which pronounces a curse upon those who ill-treat the Magi, the entire Avestan texts do not recognize the Magi. The class designation O*F the priests is persistently Athravan. The cardinal tenets of the Vendidad, its elaborate rules for bodily purity, its copious sanitary code, are associated with the Athravan in the Avestan texts. It is not a magus who cleanses the defiled by ablution ceremonials, heals the sick by the recital of the holy spells, and moves about with a pinam over his mouth, and a kriphastrachna in his hand, but it is an Athravan who exercises all these powers and more. The sacerdotal class is known by the title of Athravan throughout the texts. It is the only privileged priestly class that the Avesta recognizes. It is inconceivable that the name of the Magi should not figure in the work, if it is composed by them. The entire suppression of the mention of their name cannot be accidental. It must be due to conscious purpose and premeditation. It is yet to be proved that the forms derived from Magi, great occurring in the Gathas and in the Avesta designate this priestly class. The terms have no bearing on this problem. Did the Athravans look to the Magi as their undesirable rivals in their clerical profession, who disputed with them the sphere of influence over the hearts of the laity? If the Athravans were not favorably disposed to the Magi, we should have found the latter classed among the recognition of the Magi in Pahlavi Magopat, end quote, viz., 281 Kavi and the Carapaes, the heretical priestly castes upon whom they invoke divine judgment. They would have warned the faithful against their teachings. This they did not. Hence the probable conclusion is that the Avestan texts are the productions of the Athravaths, the legitimate guardians of the Zoroastrian canon, and that the Western Magi imbibed from them the Zoroastrian doctrines which they gave to the Western Medes and Persians. On p. 191 he refers to the same fact, viz., non-existence of the Magi in the Avesta. He says, 11 As already pointed out, Magi did not receive recognition in the Avesta. It is not so in the Pahlavi period. The Avestan term Athravan remains during this era as a class designation alone, but Inagopat, which later becomes Mabad, is used throughout the Pahlavi literature, equally as a class designation for priesthood and as a personal title of a priest to distinguish him from a layman. Significant in this light becomes the fact that although the Persians of old had defeated the Medes and their sacerdotal caste the Magi, it was now a Magus again that was destined to revive the national glory of Iran, and restore their ancient faith. The kingly glory of Iran clave to a hero of the house of Saysah in the province of Fars, who was alike priest and king. Ardashir was his name, and the Iranian world rang with the praises of the son of Bobak, whose fame is writ large in the history of Zoroastrianism. On page 186 he says that the Magi were known by another name also. Speaking about the designation by which the Zoroastrian priests were known in Cappadocia in his days, Slorabo relates that in addition name were to their idotmul the priests and amp, lt, and amp, gt/ ma and amp, lt, n, called parathoi, Athravan the Avestan equivalent and amp, lt, and amp, gt, f the designation or t fire priest, All this incongruous and unintelligible mass is collected here in order to enable the reader to see how the writer of Zoroastrian theology, while referring to a side subject like that of we the Magi, inserts his own idols of the mind. Notice allusion 3g 282. The Avesta recognizes T and E Magi by the term Magadan. To three main points, viz., the origin of the Avesta, the question of the currency of the proselytizing movement, and the reference we to rituals, especially the canon of the disposal of the dead. Should not have taken up this main head at all, had not the writer of Zoroastrian theology alluded in his own fashion to these landmarks of Zoroastrianism. The entire subject of the Magi as treated by the author is a result of his own conjectures foisted upon some facts from foreign writers, which are in turn speculative to a greater or lesser degree. The important subject re the priestly class as depicted in the Zoroastrian teachings could have been specially and ably delineated by the writer if he had the right mind to write a book of genuine Zoroastrian theology. But the magnet of his mind, as it is seen from his book, always points to some favorite idols of the mind, and almost every chapter in the wee book savors of them. Shall therefore try to see how the writer has failed to communicate facts as they stand. The term Magi * is the English or rather Latin plural of Magus, derived from Magnus Great. It is the literal rendering of Magus in Persian, which is a translation of the Avestic Magavan from Maz greatness, meaning sublime personage, or a person par excellence, or more literally a protector of moral and spiritual greatness. The Pahlavi renderings are sometimes Hagi meaning spiritual and moral excellence or sublimity, and sometimes Magopat i.e., master of divine exaltation, which has given the Persian word or Mopat hoped. Just as the Avestan word Athravan one means protector of the spiritual one fire, or another Avestic term Etlarapati means master of the spiritual fire, for which Pahlavius run Airpat, which has the gives or been corrupted into same way Magavan Persian, Urvad, in the or Magopat Mega characteristics of the C** and Mgavan the holiest Okter. 283 refers to the high class of priests who used to preserve their spiritual worth and greatness by a practical life of purity. It has been said by the writer himself on the authority of foreign writers that the class of Magi was a very pious class of priests observing abstinence in food, drink, and bed, and living a life of celibate chastity. It is also admitted that they had certain spiritual powers, viz. of divination and exposition of dreams etc., and this proves the degree of their spiritual greatness. The regimen of the Magi or Magavan is quite in keeping with the mandates of Zoroastrian religion. As we have seen in the 5th chapter above, the Zoroastrian religion has never allowed any of its followers to partake of the flesh of slaughtered animals, which is termed or dead matter, and according to the various degrees of holiness observed by the followers, special rules of diet have been prescribed for each class. The practical holy men of the highest class have to live merely on a milk and fruit diet and a diet of milk products such as butter and cream. The exhibition of spiritual powers by any person is in proportion to the degree of holiness observed by him in everyday life. The Magavan, being an extraordinary class in point of observance of holiness, is able to possess a high degree of spiritual powers. Although an ordinary follower of the Zoroastrian religion is allowed to live on a vegetable diet free of animal flesh in accordance with the rules of Ashoy principle, the Magavan who belongs to a higher order of aura has to live merely on fruits and milk. Hence we see that the Magavan belongs to the priestly order which has reached the highest degree of Zoroastrian purity. The principle of marriage is enjoined on every ordinary follower of the Zoroastrian religion, but an exception is made only in the case of the Magavan who remains celibate. Even the entire priestly class excepting the Magavan has to live a married life, because the institution of marriage as pointed out in the Vendidad is based on an unseen law of nature termed T, Heat Vadatha JJ in the Avesta for the unfoldment of the soul. The Magavan, having attained perfection 284 Magian system of exposure OP corpses purely Zoroastrian. T in this line of progress remains celibate also in accordance with THA exception made by the Zoroastrian teachings. 2. Then what is termed the Magian Eligion by the writer is not so. All the so-called salient features of the beliefs and practices of the Magi are originally Zoroastrian tenets. The reverence for elements, fire, air, water, and earth taught in all the Avesta, even in the Gathas, is specially treated in the Vendidad, which is taken from the Jabhat Sheet Dad Nask. The entire Vendidad is teeming with injunctions for a Zoroastrian to observe the law of economy of nature by keeping everything in nature pure. The writer says he has learnt this Magian religion from the Greek authors, whereas really we see that the practices of the Magi are originally and purely Zoroastrian practices. If we lay aside our own bias, there is also a reference to the disposal of the dead by exposure to sunlight and birds of prey, and this practice the writer says was not Persian but Magian. The historian has taken a somersault when he believes that the Persians of the Achaemenian times used to bury their corpses, and most writers have blindly followed this belief. After the advent of Zoroaster, the system of exposing corpses, in open wells termed dikamas built on high hills, to sunlight and vultures was introduced. Before the time of Zoroaster also there was no system of tombs for the interment of corpses, but there was a special system of preserving the bones after the corpses were devoured by animals and birds of prey, and this system was known as that of Astodna literally, receptacle for bones. This system implied the building of stone and brick and lime work like a tomb, under which the bare bones were removed for preservation after the flesh was eaten up by animals and birds. The bones were preserved in the Astodi and Na for various reasons, one of which was to prevent the bones being taken to a stream of water or to a field of corn by any mischievous bird or animal. There were separate Astodanas for different families, and each family preserved the bones of its own stock in its own Astodana. Dalchmt, distinguished from interment. 285 When Zoroaster explained the law of nature and propagated the Zoroastrian religion, he introduced a special system of what dikama we now term C and Amp, LT, J, or a well prepared with elaborate rituals performed over it, and when this system spread by degrees, Astodanas disappeared. If the historical fact of there being tombs of Persian kings in Achaemenian times is at all true, which we have reasons to doubt, it can only point to the Astodanas, which may have continued as a relic of a pre-Zoroastrian practice. Astodi and Na must not be confounded with the interment or burial, and this confusion has been made by the historian who is followed by all other writers. No Vesta text now extant, which as we have so often noticed is a meager fraction of the whole, tells us about the Dhamma. At least the Gathas are silent about it, as the writer of Zoroastrian theology puts it, in his words. Therefore will it be reasonable to say that this system of disposal of the dead was foisted upon Zoroastrianism by the religion of the Magi, and therefore the modern Parsis who must follow strictly merely the Gathic teachings should follow some other method of disposal. This question can only be solved by the writer of Zoroastrian theology if he is fascinated by the cremation system just invented by modern science. The unmeaning distinction of the Medes and the Persians, which is merely a local distinction, and not a distinction of peoples of two different religions, the regarding of the Magi as the priests of the Medes, and the disposal of the dead by exposure as their own system, and all such rupture-like mass of incoherent facts have no other utility in a book of Zoroastrian theology except to unhinge the right beliefs of the followers of Zoroastrianism. 3. That the Magi were instrumental in carrying on the work of proselytism is another shot from the mind of the writer of Zoroastrian theology on the authority we of some obscure foreign writer have seen in the second chapter how the writer of Zoroastrian theology has left no stone unturned to impress the idea of advocacy of proselytism from Zoroastrian teachings. 286 Theory of the Magian and Athrabanic origin of the Avesta. He refers to the subject of Magi again because such a reference again helps him to quote unwarranted things about his pet subject of proselytism. The preaching of the Zoroastrian teachings to the Zoroastrian people in different provinces of Persia does not imply proselytism, and the duty of preaching to the co-religionists has been enjoined on the Zoroastrian priests in the Avesta besides the duty of officiating at the rituals. If the Magi thus preached Zoroastrian teachings and exhorted the Zoroastrian people of other provinces to live a life of practical holiness, it is quite absurd to say that the proselytizing movement was carried on by the Magi. 4. We have to notice another strange teaching of the writer of Zoroastrian theology, which is about the origin of the Avesta. Have noticed already in the first chapter and shall notice in the next, i.e. the 8th chapter, that the writer of Zoroastrian theology does not believe all the Avesta writings to have been given by Zoroaster himself. Here also, while refuting the theory of the Magian origin of the Avesta, the writer draws a very absurd conclusion, viz. that the Avesta texts are the productions of the Athrabans, the legitimate guardians of the Zoroastrian canon, The philologist has always believed without any valid proof or reason that only some of the Gathas were written by Zoroaster himself, and that the rest of the Avesta is post-Zoroastrian, having been written by the priests and poets. The writer of Zoroastrian theology, while trying to avoid Scylla while trying to contradict the theory of the Magian origin of the Avesta in his own way, falls into Charybdis, since he falls into another error of equal danger, the error of the Athrabanic origin of the Avesta. If Zoroaster himself is regarded as the chief of the Atagavans, and we have many reasons to do so, then only in that Abiter cleanings re Magi from other writers. 287 case can the Avesta be said to have a Magavan or Magian origin, but to say that the Athrabans of post-Zoroastrian times have composed the Avesta will wipify the fact of there being 21 nasks of Zoroaster himself. As to the term Magi itself, and their distinction from the Athrabans, and whether the Magi are recognized in the Avesta, it would have been quite proper for the writer of Zoroastrian theology not to have touched this subject at all. The Magi term has confounded even the best writer, and it has become a term of very wide application by other writers, ever since its first use by Zoroaster himself in the Gathas. In order to have a proper idea of the world of confusion arising for the understanding of the term, we shall give some views from some well-known Western writers from whom the writer of Zoroastrian theology seems to have gleaned views suitable to the general tenor of his own book, at the same time omitting those which he himself did not like for his set purpose. In the book entitled The Age of the Avesta and Zoroaster, originally in German, written by Dr. Geiger and Dr. Spiegel, and translated by Das Derb Peshotansingena, it is said that, all that we know about Magi allows us to assert that their doctrines and their customs were perfectly identical with those which we find recorded in the Avesta. Kosru, Purvis in a proclamation given in the Dinkard says that Vishtaspa caused all the works written in the language of the Magi to be collected in order to acquire the knowledge of the Mazdayan law. ABC cannot attach much value to the statement that Khosrow-Purvis characterizes the Avesta language as the language of the Magi. There is no doubt that the Magi were the representatives of the Zoroastrian priesthood. If then the Magi alone still understood the Avesta language, if they used it in their daily ceremonies, prayers, and recitations, and if it completely swayed the cult upheld by the Magi, it might well be called, for the sake of convenience, the asterisk language of the Magi. Consequently it is characterized as the language of a single order, not as that of a nation. 288 Zarathustra and Amp, Lt. Himself a Mogut asterisk a possibility, 0. The Zoroastrian religion is represented in historical times by the Median Magi, through whose influence it strove to gain ground among the majority of the Persians under the sovereignty of the Achaemenidi. But hence it has been inferred only of late, that the Magi composed the Avesta known to us, and that Zarathustra himself was a Magus. This is only one of the three possibilities. Besides this there are two other credible suppositions. 1. The Magi adopted the doctrine of the Zoroastrian priests, thus representing a later phase in the development of the Avesta religion. 2. The Zoroastrian priests are the heirs of the Magi. And Amp, Lt. As regards Professor Harlech's theory that the Avesta was composed by the Magi and in media, a very important fact seems to contradict it. The Avesta priests are not strictly called Magu but Athravans In all the passages where the priests are mentioned, they invariably bear this name. Their testimony would lead us to infer that Athravau and Amp, Lt. And in fact this title exclusively, served as the official designation of the Y priesthood. Then should the Magi in their own writings have given to themselves any other name than that by which they were universally known to the world? Now in a passage in the Avesta LXV, Yachna, 6, there indeed occurs the expression Moguti Bish, and this must be taken into consideration. But what does it prove? At the very most, only this, that at the time when this passage was composed, the term Magu was not unknown and perhaps was almost synonymous with Athravan. Moreover, it seems quite possible, that in we the passage referred to, Magu bears, a purely generic meaning. Must of course admit that the context does not compel us to adopt the rendering of the priest for Magu, which is possible, though not exclusively appropriate. The Avesta, therefore, does not recognize the term Magu as the title of the Zoroastrian priests, it never designates them by any other name than that of Athrarans. The Avesta speaks only of Athrarans and not of the Magi. The Avesta civilization dates from a very remote antiquity. It is fruitless to specify a particular century. But it is no doubt that it is older than Medo-Persian history. Then there is another great writer, Martin Hogg, who has his say in the book. Of the essays on the sacred language, writings, and Kelijun of the Parsis, as under, to the whole world Zoroaster's lore was best known by the name of the doctrine of the Magi, which denomination was commonly applied to the priests of India, Persia, and Babylonia. The earliest mention of them is by the prophet Jeremiah, who enumerated among the retinue of King Nebuchadnezzar at his entry into Jerusalem, the chief of the were the P-ists of the Zoroastrian religion. 289 Magi, from which statement we may distinctly gather that the Magi exercised a great influence at the court of Babylonia. The Persians, however, whose priests the Magi appear to have been, are never spoken of as adherents to idolatry King Cyrus professed the religion of the Magi. The Zoroastrian religion exhibits even a very close affinity to, or rather identifies with, several important doctrines of the Mosaic religion arid Christianity, such as the personality and attributes of the devil, and the resurrection of the dead, which are both ascribed to the religion of the Magi, and are really to be found in the present scriptures of the Parsis. The name Magi occurs even in the New Testament. In the Gospel, according to St. Matthew, the Magi, Greek magoi, translated in the English Bible by men wise, came from the east to Jerusalem to worship the newborn child Jesus at Bethlehem. That these Magi were the priests of the Zoroastrian religion, we know from Greek writers. The books of all these writers being lost, save some fragments preserved by later authors, such as Plutarch, Diogenes of Laertes, and Pliny, we cannot judge how far they were acquainted with the religion of the Magi. The two chief sources whence the Greeks and Romans derived information about the religion of the Magi were Theopompos's 8th book of the history of King Philip of Macedonia, which was untitled, "Miraculous Things," and specially treated of the doctrine